Hello, hello, hello everyone, and welcome in. Welcome one, welcome all. I hope you guys have had a great day so far. Welcome to the second stream of today. Today we're doing something special. Today is the first of two streams dedicated to the Gamers for Giving charity. For those who haven't seen this before, well, Gamers for Giving is a charity organization which well, it does good things for kids in hospitals. In fact, we can go ahead and show off some of these things that they do. Specifically, they are their outreach, are designed to empower hospitals' families through play. They're building a world where activity is easily prioritized alongside care. So while we have children at hospitals, they're not just vegetating, awaiting recovery. They actually have things to do, stimulation, social activity. And their method for doing that is through video games. And this is the motive. This is Gamers for Giving. Well, they'll be creating these devices. Devices are, it's a strong word for it. It's a platform. It's a cart. They call them go-karts. Portable gaming kiosks built specifically for the medical environment, where each unit comes equipped with a gaming console, a monitor, controllers, and several games, where a single go-kart, as they call them, is estimated to be in use 8 to 16 hours and by 6 to 8 kids each day. So it's a good bit of activity for all the children. Now, how do we do that? How do we help? What is our part? We are here to help fund this progress. This is something we've done before. This is a fairly well-known organization, and they've been going for years. In fact, they maintain a presence in 90% of children's hospitals across the United States. The global footprint comprised of 390 healthcare facilities, which is quite a lot. They're quite large, and they're looking to expand. And you guys can help out by using the G4G command. You can see the command listed in the title of the stream. Alternatively, as we go through, it'll be in the corner of the screen. That corner. That corner. All the way up there. All the way up here. You guys don't forget it. That's the terrible looking arrow. There we go. Right it there. There. That way. That way. That corner. Right there. Click it. That has all the information you want to know about it if you want to read for yourself. But for now, let's hop right into the matches, shall we? Because today we're doing some Forts Pro League. Looks like I'm going to be sending out another ping onto the Forts Pro League Discord. Yeah, just to make sure that there's a currently live and available to host games. But for now, we're just going to be casting some of the matches that you guys haven't seen just yet. Specifically, some of those replays from earlier this week and such. So welcome one, welcome all. Okay then. Salmon name. Yes, I know my colors. Stop it. It's fine. Alright then. Let's go ahead and get into the first match here. Thought I was Nightbot. Joke's on you. I moderate my own channel. Okay. Is this the first match? Let me double check. Yes, it is. All right. Then, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Forts Pro League, some of your favorite matches across the land. As much as we have had amazing forts throughout the day. Like, actually one of the best force matches, one of the single best forts matches I have seen in a very long time. Since a couple standouts here in the Forts Pro League. It happened earlier today, live on streams. Make sure to check that out if you're looking for some of it. I'm pretty certain the developers are actually going to put that in the featured replays for everyone to see publicly, because that one's pretty good. So let's see if we can't find a better one. As right now, welcome back to the Forts Pro League, where today, here on the left-hand side, give me a second, it is Team Construct, with Teutonic in the top fort, Cloud in the lower fort. They're getting themselves all prepared and set up to play against their opponents. In the red, it is Team Pro Aim, MC72, and Helicopter. I believe Helicopter is Mateo, but renamed. So if you guys are looking forward to seeing some of those sweet, tasty, perfect accuracy laser beams that cause incredible amounts of damage, this is the place to see it. Because Lord knows Mateo doesn't miss. He nails all those shots perfectly every time. It's kind of a meme. I love it. It's great. Let's see how long these players can stand together. Unsurprisingly, both teams for the first match here are going with standard build orders. Nothing too cheeky, nothing too cheesy. On the left side, Construct is playing as the Pinch Fist Commander. For those unfamiliar with the Pinch Fist Commander, this is the one that sells off the fort, as they get 100% reclaim value for all the things they sell, including their basic bracings. So what ends up happening is they literally sell off their fort, turning it into this skeletal structure that's often held together not even by bones and cartilage, but sometimes not even ligaments. But in doing so, they get the extra early game income, which they can use to jumpstart their early game elements. Things like adding more economy or economic production, or just technology. It lets them get further ahead, and generally Pinch Fist players will be able to get the first shot off before anyone else. As we have Patrick coming in and rejoining the incursion, coming in. God, I miss the multiple year badge. I really do. It looks so much nice. It looks so nice. It looks so nice. But welcome back, Patrick. I'm glad you enjoy all those beautiful emotes here on the channel, as well as that nice green color in game in chat. But as I was saying, Team Pro Aim here is playing as Spook, where Spook is another commander that's particularly average, shall we say. Here, 1 second. Let me adjust this up here. It's worth it. Put it up here. Thought I moved this up here. Oh no, that's right. I moved it back. There we go. Much better. They're playing as a Spook commander, which is another commander which plays fairly standard. Unlike Pinch Fist, they don't get some kind of early boost to their build orders. However, they do get to steal resources from their opponents, and they get to see inside their opponent's bases as if their opponent's bases were their own, which is quite good. It makes for a rather popular commander. It's one of my favorite commanders, personally. Just a little bit of resource acquisition, a little bit of information warfare. Quite good at what it does. And for now, it looks like, yeah, there is just no early game aggression. This one is Howitzer, and then we'll see some fire beam, plasma beam shenanigans going on here. Whereas their opponents here are going to have Howitzer, And it's going to be cannons. And the question is, what else are they doing? Because both teams are also getting flak, which means they're interested in shotguns, and the reason for the shotguns is to deal with the impending howitzers. A little bit of AA to shoot down those howitzer shells to keep themselves alive. So they're going for the same strategy overall with a slightly different implementation, where Construct is going for howitzers with cannon follow-up and double fire beam for the total support. They will also inevitably add in a plasma laser to assist with the follow-up process. Whereas Team Pro Aim here is going for howitzer. We'll have another cannon eventually, but their teammate is handling the follow-up with another cannon. And of course they have the shotgun for support. So very, very similar, just slightly different implementation of it. We shall see how this turns out. It looks like Construct will open fire first. No? No, closing the door? Okay. They're not quite ready. Generally speaking, the pinch fist players will be opening fire first because they get to build things faster. And a beautiful shot. Look at that fire beam burning the shotgun shells out of the air, preventing anything from cleaning out that howitzer shell. It gets clean across the field. We'll see if Pro Aim manages to return fire in kind. We're going to be seeing an anti-howitzer defense pillar. It is now time for Pro Aim to return fire. Looks like they're focusing a little bit more on their defenses first, which will grant Construct another opportunity to refire their weapons, which they may take. Who's going to fire first? Yep, Construct refires once again. This time the shotgun does clear the howitzer, and nearly a door snipe for both sides. That was close. Terrifyingly close. Alas, just a few doors broken for each team. That fire beam did nothing to stop the howitzer shell as it followed the laser, tracking right into the open door, straight down the barrel of the fire beam and making it go away. So far, each team is just trading shot for shot, and at this point, Spreek's gonna start stealing some monies, which is gonna start leading things into the favor of Pro Aim. Ooh, the shotgun coming in perfectly as Logan comes in with that first donation for the kids. We get some love in chat for Logan coming in with the 15. Showing his support. Thank you, thank you. Oh, the howitzer. It chunks so hard. There we go. Another volley. The howitzer makes it. Construct's anti-air has been chronically insufficient to stop these howitzers from making it across the field, and Pro Aim is landing that damage with it. Very often, when the howitzers fail, you have to rely strictly on cannons, the standard cannons, to get the damage done. But as it stands, Pro Aim has the advantage in the sheer number of standard cannons on the field. Rocking out at 3 standard cannons at the moment, they're starting to lay on actually destructive firepower upon their opponents, whereas Construct only has 1 standard cannon that can reliably land damage on the other side of the map. They do have a fire beam and soon a plasma beam, but it's not been enough so far to do really meaningful damage. Fire beams are not particularly destructive, they're more support weapons. And the howitzer, well, it just hasn't been making it. Yeah, sure, Construct has one cannon, but one cannon, not enough to deal with the kind of thickness they're fielding over here. I mean, look at that. All of those shots fired, and there's very little to show for it. Whereas Construct's having to rebuild their economy because of the sudden lack of wind turbines. Snipers on both sides. Ooh, a door snipe. Figuring they were going for the plasma laser combo, they waited for it to open and removed it in its entirety. Good lord. Pro aim with that perfect timing. Removes Construct's heavy laser. As we have another member coming in. Hinzia coming in for 36 months. Congratulations, friend. You've regained access to all these beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as the special access role on Discord. That's the 3rd year anniversary. Welcome in, and thank you for enjoying for so very long, as we have so much more content coming along. Ah, jeez. There's actually been so much more stuff. It's hard to keep up with all the content we've been putting out recently. It makes me happy, and I'm glad you enjoy. Woo. Cannons perforating Construct's base. Construct holding strong, bending but not breaking. A little bit of pass through, a little bit of overkill, but nothing Construct can't maintain, at least for now. As we see Pro Aim ramping up the pressure even more, adding in additional weapon platforms. Here we go. More cannons. Takes out a sniper, poor sniper. 2 more cannons. They fly, but not enough to break. Looks like Construct's top player, Teutonic here, looking to expand their energy production, seem to be suffering damage to their current turbine layer for some unknowable reason. As yet again, more cannons are under construction. Look at that, 2 more cannons, one just finishing up, another cannon on the way. Good lord, every time they open these doors, these lasers get sniped. We do a 2v2. Hey Alex, if you guys get the match together, if you guys get the teams together, I'm more than happy to do that. That's half of the reason why we're here, to get these games going. Does the EMP make it? Not even close. Just for fun and good content. Oh, that'll be up to you. I've got plenty of Forge Pro League replays here to cover. I'll be covering those. I mean, if you want to do a show match, I'm more than happy to do that. But it won't be necessary. I will literally be here for several hours as we have a critical hit. A cannon from above through doors not yet reconstructed. Pro Aim loses a cannon. That sets them back 1 cannon, just in time for another cannon to finish construction. As Construct's players getting pummeled by overwhelming cannon fire. It's still not enough to break them. As, catch this, Cloud builds a tower above his base just to face tank, just to help defend the extra damage hitting his teammate. Again, an open door and a cannon shell clean through it. Every time. Oh no, all those turbines, you spent so much money on them and they all come crumbling down. Yeah, we've gotten to the point in the match where there's The bases are big enough and there's enough AA that the howitzers are not reliably making it across. Even the shotguns are having a hard time keeping the AA at bay. Another hit. And another cannon. Oh, hey! It actually did something. Did you not have a... I think he built a... something there. That might have just been a flak. Okay. Oh, no. The shotgun removing the howitzer once again. Pro-Aim's howitzers not made it across the field the past couple times. Their cannons, however, shall sing. This poor flak keeps getting bullied. As Construct's topmost player here, Teutonic, he's having a rough day. His core is down to 57%, and his base is looking mighty deformed. Actually has literally 0 wind turbines, which is not generally which is not the ideal number. Did he just door snipe himself? He door sniped himself. Oh, that's hilarious. This Cloud Construct can't catch a break. That's so many lasers broken. First by snipers, then by cannons, and now by his own plasma laser. That's rather unfortunate. As it just keeps... the slog, it just keeps going. Hello there, Captain. Welcome in. Jeez. Ooh. That was almost a door snipe. The plasma laser actually touching the howitzer for a moment there. It didn't even door snipe, just went clean through the not yet constructed doors. Alright, it looks like Pro-Aim here has actually managed to get their cannons fully operational. That's up to 3 cannons in the top base, 2 in the lower base with the howitzer. Alright, Alex, I will join in a moment after this one. Oof. Oh, that was close. It hit the cannon. Now, I still favor Pro-Aim here as being in the lead, and by a fairly significant margin, but they aren't in a position where they can truly break Construct, not just yet. And that can change. That can change fairly quickly off of a, say, a lucky hit or something of the sort. But as it stands, they aren't quite there. Oh, this might do it. That is a broken defense with a hole in the wall. Hello there, the Missing Geek. Hey, how you doing? Oh, my pleasure, Missing Geek. We've only just gotten started here, so I'm looking forward to going for... well, I'll be here for most of the night. And looking forward to making these exciting, as we have some high-quality matches on camera here today. And we're looking to see just how exciting we can get this to go. Wow, this is a slogfest. I mean, look how tall, look how thick this... he's still growing. Look at it. They just keep getting bigger and thicker. And now they're just pummeling their opponents to the ground. He finally got 1 turbine, and it's getting attacked. Oh no. Look, he opens the door for any amount of time. Just the amount of time to get off 1 shot, and the snipers are... did he just hit the... oh my god, he sniped from above. Oh no, poor Teutonic cannot catch a break. Oh no. Oh no. He's every time he tries to do something, anything, he gets punished by cannons. Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. I love it. This makes me happy. So much destruction. Look at that. Clean through where there should have been a weapon. I think Teutonics just said, nope, not building it there anymore. Nope, he's going to build another weapon there. He's fixing his... So here comes the howitzer. Complete lockdown. And cannons. So many cannons. Look at that. Oof. And, uh-oh. There goes pretty much the last of Construct's AA as the howitzer goes through the fronts, nearly knocking a hole completely open. Oof. This door wasn't even fully opened yet and it's already getting sniped. Oh no. Oh no. It continues. Look at that. Not enough economy to actually repair their toys. They're breaking. Shot by shot, everything is crumbling down around them. Their mines are being hit. They're breaking. Their bases are Swiss cheesed. Oh no. And with this repair, we'll see the last of Teutonic's metal. There it goes. Goodbye. You'll be missed. As the next volley of cannons come through, the defense is penetrated. The mine's under direct attack. Is it enough? No, the shotgun, it still reigns supreme. This cannon has failed, has lived this entire game, and I don't know how, because everything else has been destroyed. I'm impressed. Oh, a door snipe. Pro aim loses a cannon. And there's a perfect example of the lasers doing laser things. Oh, there it is. Only so many doors. You could only survive your fate for so long. Construct's final cannon has fallen. Team Pro Aim is looking to finish this up. Well, it looks like each base in Team Pro Aim has been significantly thickened. What it hasn't done is massively increased in firepower. Going up to a total of 6 cannons. They've started to upgrade their AA into miniguns, which is the natural progression. Cannon after cannon comes through. This howitzer scares me. Like every time. So what's happening here is Teutonic is just basically sitting on his plasma, waiting for this howitzer to fire. And the moment it does, he fires through the open door in an effort to destroy the howitzer. Because they know if that howitzer gets door sniped, bad things happen. Very bad things happen. Just needs to keep the laser alive. That is their ticket to coming back in this game. Destroy this, have everything collapse, and potentially take the entire fort with it. Ooh. But that's not enough. Teutonic falls. The upper base no longer alive. It's only a matter of time before Construct is eliminated here. He's got to make that door snipe or this will be the end. Whew. Now this is the moment for Team Pro Aim to fire that howitzer. As they know that that laser is being repaired. Or at least likely being repaired. God. It's just so much damage output. Like, you can't sustain this kind of damage in one place. It's just too much. And there it is. That was the opportunity. That right there was Cloud's opportunity to get the damage down, but the opportunity was missed just because the laser was under repairs due to, well, all of this. Too many cannons, too much incoming firepower, not enough energy. Cloud completely running dry of energy, their own energy shields being shot down. Wow. This slow, inevitable splash damage. It comes. Cloud down to 83% of their core. They're still getting taller. There's now fans on top of Mateo's base. Helicopter, oh no. Alright, clocking in at 6 cannons. Team Pro Aim doesn't have anywhere fast to be other than just keep up the firepower. Cloud cannot sustain that kind of damage, even with their upgraded mines, with their increased economic power. It's just too many cannons. Like, you don't... As long as those cannons are actually hitting a target, any target, then it's enough to break. Eventually. Cannon shown. You know, unless you just missed the base. That was a great hit. Looks like Pro Aim's top player is adjusting their cannon doors to be able to appropriately aim at the new target. Cloud. It's a flashing brace. It is a flashing brace. It's an incredibly tall base. As cannon after cannon digs closer and closer. Swing and a miss. Kind of. Went straight through the center mass, but there was no mass in the center to go straight through. Oh, jeez, that sounded bad. It's because it was. All the mines that were in Teutonic's old base has been officially removed. Oh boy. Oh boy. Win next volley. Soon. Very soon. Can you imagine if this brace... This is a 4-long. This... But why are you like this? Haven't we seen enough of this today? MCC almost taking himself out with his own howitzer. Fortunately, he's got a couple cannons to follow it up with. Cloud down to 51%. Kaboom. And just like that, Team Pro Aim takes round 1. Oh my god. The collapse. It's too strong. Alright guys, if you liked that content, remember we've got more coming soon. In fact, I'm going to go join another lobby where we can do a live match. Which I think is going to be an even better experience. And big shout out to Jonathan Israel. Coming in with the 200, taking us that much closer to the donation goal today. Thank you. Big shout out for Jonathan, showing that support for the kids. For the kids! If you guys want to help out yourselves, make sure to follow the link right up in that corner. far opposite corner from. So I'm in this corner down here, down here. You guys click. You guys follow the symbol up there and type that one in chat. Get yourselves in here to help out for the kids. Remember, we're doing Gamers for Giving event today, and that's, you know, I've really taken a liking to the Gamers for Giving events. The Gamers for Giving is it's a good time. It really is. Okay. Let's go ahead and get ourselves in for another match. One moment. Forgot to add the hashtag to the title. There we go. Fixed. Problem solved. You expected fully shaved? I'm tempted to shave it all off. It's been a while since I've gone clean, like fully clean. I like to keep it nice and neat and trim, so it's not like dirty or anything. It's not even particularly. You can see it's not exactly a. It's not exactly a long beard. But I am tempted to go clean shaven. Spends an hour on a single campaign level. Can you imagine? Just 1 hour for a single campaign level? That would be like playing a single player game. Hello? Looks like we got ourselves. Oh my gosh, why you're like this? Alright then. Oh boy. During the 10-hour live stream. Oh yes. So I'm not going to be going 10 hours straight today. So instead I'm going to be going for probably 6 or 7. And then instead doing another stream tomorrow. So if you guys want more content just like this, you guys want to see how close we can get, how far we can go for the kids, make sure to give Land Planters some love in chat, coming in with the 50. That's a big donation. I want to say Jonathan Israel is going to be probably the top donation in chat for a very, very long time, as coming in with that 200. But man, Land Planters coming in with the support. You'll love to see it. Thank you, Land Planters coming in for the kids. As right now, we're jumping into another round, as we have some live players here. I know, you guys know it, you love it. Some of your favorite gamers here today, here on the left-hand side. Team 1 playing as the Eagle Eye Commander. It's Taichu and Eaton. Why have you done this to your names? Eaton, why are you like this? It's okay. We have Eaton and Taichu playing as the Eagle Eye Commander, doing sniping things right out the gate. This is the kind of stuff they like to do around these parts. They're playing against their opponents. It's Alex and Firework. Alex and Firework actually on a team in the Forts Pro League here. We're looking to get some Forts Pro League level strategies and games coming out of this one, as they are playing here on Team 2 as Warthog Commander. Now, for those who haven't seen Eagle Eye games since the patch, the balance patch that is, Eagle Eye plays a lot more standard now. Instead of doing minigun madness stuff, they actually go for something more akin to the standard build orders. And the reason for that is Eagle Eye got a bit of a rework. Specifically, Eagle Eye now does double shots. They have the ability to double shot their heavy weapons. They aren't Eaton and Taichu, say their names correctly. No, you can't make me. which just means that the double shot, something like say howitzer, just is just disgustingly powerful. Like any of the heavy weapons, just you could fire them twice with fast reload. Basically, it's extremely strong. You don't see Eaton or Taichu. Oh no. As we have Anonymous coming in with the 20. Thank you, Anonymous, for that support. Thank you for the kids. Coming in with the 20. Man, this makes me want to do some... I was thinking about doing some extra community goal. Something that I know you guys have been messaging me about, like doing a Minecraft community Minecraft server if we reach the total goal or something of the sort. Interesting diversion from the standard strategies here, as we have... This is Firework going with the double swarm missile launcher and selling off his tech. He's probably going to go double nuke, because it is worth noting that the Warthog abilities do actually benefit the warhead, the nuclear silo. You just don't generally see it because it's not a particularly aggressive strategy, and swarm missiles favor aggressive playstyles. So, you don't often see it very much, but it is a feature, and it does work, and it works pretty well. So we'll get to see how that turns out. Of course, these swarm missiles are not particularly sneaky. They are out there and exposed, fully exposed to the world for Eaton and Taichu to see. So they'll be getting themselves set up for defenses for that. There's actually already flak on the field, which shuts down a significant amount of those missiles. Although the sniping coming out from Firework and Alex immediately shut down that flak, which is not a big surprise. Shout out to Eaton's swarm missile defense, getting himself a little spike out the front. Oh jeez. The tiny doors. You'll love to see it. Double flak. Well, that's definitely going to set back Taichu here. Paying for now their third flak means that Taichu has basically replaced all their weapons with anti-air, which is fun. Eaton has effectively done the same thing, as we're coming up on cannon o'clock now. And neither player on Team 1 has built any heavy weapons, despite that being explicitly their strategy. On the other hand, I think just the existence of these swarm missiles has slowed down Team 1 long enough for Team 2 to get leaps and bounds ahead. Even if the damage on them... Like, the swarm missiles didn't really hit, they didn't do much damage, but the slowdown is unreal. Eaton does finally place and now has their howitzer about a quarter of the way completed. But boy, is that is behind the times. As Alex is about to finish up their plasma laser, it's going to be hitting with the fire beam plasma beam combo in a moment. Mind you, there's not a whole lot of... Both players of Team 1 are well defended and not exactly vulnerable to such things. So there's no... I'm not expecting this to end the game outright, but it's certainly putting Team 2 in the lead here. Any preemptive fire? Nope. The nuke flies. Nuke lands. Eaton catches it with his own little extrusion. So no significant damage dealt from the nuke, but alas, a major threat nonetheless. Both players from Team 2 building themselves some anti-howitzer defenses, just in case that howitzer comes flying. It's almost like they know. Yeah, Team 1's been going howitzer cannon heavy for quite some time now. It's well known, well scouted by this point. Shout out to Eaton, an impressive amount of active active armor reconstruction to deal with those missiles. And there's the counter snipe. And the nuke gets shut down. Whew. Wow, Team 1 coming in with some top tier sniping. Not only counter sniping fireworks missile launcher, but also removes a fire beam, a sniper, and hits the plasma laser twice during all of that, which is kind of impressive. That's you for the reference, you cannot do that with one sniper. You have to have that the rate of fire is not high enough. You have to use 2 different snipers to pull off that stunt, and pull it off they did. Howitzer straight to the front. Not quite enough to break, but that was close. The laser snakes in from the top and actually touches the core, but not quite hard enough to break it, bringing firework down to 60%. Alex returning with their own laser fire, penetrating all the way through and removing a fire beam. Oh no. Ethan. Ethan. You can't do this to people. It's just... You can't do this to people. That's just mean. You're going to scare off all the other players. Double Eagle Eye Howitzer. If Eaton manages to get another battery in there and double fire both of those howitzers all at once, please tell me he's building a battery right now. Please tell me that's what he's doing. Turbine, battery. Yep, okay. Okay, so Eaton's just gonna hang out here for a moment. Got about 40... Team 2 has about 45 seconds to live. Never mind. The nuke lands. Team 2 did it. They broke Eaton's defenses. First with the nuke. Opened it up with the nuke, followed through with the plasma laser. Broke Eaton's howitzer. Okay. They did it. They're not dead yet. They're just in danger. Just in a lot of danger. Oh, ho, ho, ho. There's that danger coming to fruition. Look at that. Firework only taking 6% core damage from that hit. Now down to 54% total HP. Oof. Rough, but they are alive. Question is, does Eaton now try to do the howitzer thing a second time? I'm gonna say probably. I'm gonna say probably. It's just gonna take him a little while to get there for, you know, unsurprising reasons. Is tonight's stream only forts? Yes. Tonight's stream is only forts. The nuke gets shut down. Double flak coming in clutch. Oh, that cut very deep. Getting all the way to the deep doors on that howitzer. Not enough to break it. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, that cut's pretty deep. You can see the deformation there. The top half of Alex's base now leaning forward in a rather concerning manner. Good God, that metal brace is flashing red. It's so blinky. Wow. Ooh, he tried to save it with the turbine, but it not quick enough. The sniper shot gets through at the last possible moment. As the fire beam follows up. Shotgun. Shot put. Ooh, breaks. but not fully. Good lord, the snipers are finding the angles everywhere. Look at that. Team 2 is actually fully out of heavy weapons. Their last heavy weapon has been removed. I mean, aside from the nukes. The nuke singular. When is Forts Pro League? We have more Forts Pro League matches coming out this week, and the actual Forts Pro League final is next month. The Amateur League concluded today. You guys can check out the stream from earlier today for that. The Forts Pro League version of that is coming out. It will be happening next month, as it is not, as the open season is not quite resolved just yet. It looks like Eaton going with the cannon instead of another howitzer. Not going for the double-double. Sniper's doing sniper things. Wow, that sniper went clean through the base, which is concerning. It begins again. Oh no. That EMP knocked out multiple machine gunners, but it looks like they weren't ready to fire the howitzer just yet, or at least not willing. Question is, will Team 2 launch their nukes? The answer is yes. Right now is the action. Ooh, that got concerning. Howitzer 1 fires. Howitzer shell 2 shot out of the sky. Laser follow-up takes the top off of Fireworks base, leaves the core exposed, but not damaged. Ooh, massive hit. That's going to leave Team 2 all but completely disarmed. Uh-oh. Massive damage. Both players on Team 2 have been bisected. Just chopped completely off the top as the secondary explosions run through Fireworks base. Is that enough to break him entirely? No, the stability tech keeping him intact, dangling and wobbling, but alive still. This is not... Can't take those hits. There's not enough there, as Team 1 is just rapidly expanding their firepower off the back of this. The second howitzer is about to come online. The fire beam's on the core. This is it. Firework falls. The third howitzer shell. So now Eaton has 2 howitzer launchers, and given that they are the Eagle Eye commander, they can fire 4 howitzer rounds in rapid succession, which I suspect Eaton will want to do here in a moment. Just to wrap up this match in dramatic fashion, as there's nothing to stop the howitzers on the field at all. Oh no. Their bases keep getting taller and taller. Ooh, over penetration. But missing the core. Whoa. The core under direct assault by fire beams, turning the heat up. Poor Alex, just trying to survive, putting sandbags where they can, but there's so many howitzer rounds incoming right now. It's another cannon round, another overpenetration on the base. Does that lower cannon not have an... Probably... Yeah, that doesn't have an angle on Alex. But that explains why there isn't more howitzer rounds. As the lasers are trying to cut Alex down at the foundation, just chop him off at the root. Buzzsaw? Oh, he's crumbling. And that's the end. Team 1 with Eaton and Taichu takes the victory. Kaburu. Well done, well done. And big shout out to Miser in that match, coming out with the 222, coming in with the Zwei. Thank you, Miser, coming in with the support for the kids. Taking that top spot for the largest donation dropped so far. Coming in with support for the Gamers You're Giving charity. Remember guys, Gamers Outreach is a for-purpose organization restoring a sense of joy and normalcy in the lives of hospitalized kids. Each year, millions of children and their families receive medical care inside hospitals, and for many, the process could be scary and isolating. And here, with this charity, the Gamers Outreach Foundation, they're looking to solve that. They believe the world is better when kids can play, and gamers have the power to help through equipment and software. And charity is on a quest to make play accessible, building a world where every hospital is enabled to provide kids with activities alongside care. Learn more and get involved. Use that G4G link, G4G command, to get the link and help out today. All right. A question from chat. What are the requirements to get at the Pro League? You and your friend went to try. So the Pro League, so this is the first season where the Pro League exists. What they are doing is the Pro League itself is invite only. However, to get into the Pro League, you can go through the Forts Amateur League, it's the same thing as the Forts Pro League, just with fewer players. Is that true? I don't even know if it's fewer players. With less practiced players. And with less practiced players, the top 2 teams from the Forts Amateur League gets to move on to the Forts Pro League. And the bottom 2 players from the Forts Pro League get knocked down to the Forts Amateur League. And well, today we have players from the Forts Pro League, which I think is just funny because I'm wanting to do the actual Forts Pro League matches today. But instead we have the players all together, but in an unscheduled, ununiform fashion, just playing because Forts is a good game and we like to play it. Oh no. As here we have on the right-hand team, it's Firework and Alex once again, but this time playing as Seep. Seep is the commander most known for missiles, so if you're looking to do some missile madness, Seep is the commander to choose. Overdrive, also another good commander for that. But this time they're facing off not against Eaton, but Luigi and Taichu. I'm all for that. Looks like Firework and Alex are going for the same exact strategy, but with a different commander. The Amateur League had open signups and was able to fill 2 groups of 6 teams initially. Well, I suspect next time is going to have more teams now that the first iteration has been completed. Everyone's hearing about it, and they're going to want to join in. As Lord knows that the amount of times we've had tournaments that there's players that want to join, but you just can't have everyone join in. Now we have a whole league dedicated for it. Well, don't do that. Team 1 getting bullied by swarm missiles. They were on the field, you knew they were coming, you even had flak being built. Firework and Eaton managing to take out 2 mines. Taichu getting their eco gutted right out the gate by a pair of swarm missile launches. I mean, this is why you launch the swarm missiles, just in case this happens, just in case you can get away with this, but don't let them get away with it. Oh god, they open the door, and it's just immediately the snipers. Just immediately the snipers. Y'all have seen it. Today has been a day filled with snipers. And I'm all for it. Like, I am really all for it. So, unsurprisingly, with Team 1 playing as the Buster commander, they'll be playing fairly standard with going pretty much straight to heavy weapons. And just try to survive along the way. As we have Anonymous coming in with the 5. Thank you for the support for the kids. These snipers look like AIs. Welcome to playing in the Forts Pro League matches where snipers are omnipresent and an existential threat to everything. Did you have a metal door? Sucks to be you. It's getting sniped. Also, shout out to Felix coming in first place in the Forts Amateur League today with the impressively and extremely entertaining sniper plays. As the first nuke successfully makes it across the field despite the AA, smacking straight into Taichu's base. Taichu not taking a whole lot of damage from it, so it's all good and okay. This time, at least. You know, I'm wondering if Overdrive might be a stronger commander for missiles than Seep. At least if you're going for the nuclear strat, because it just comes out faster and you get a bit more eco out of it, which is a good time, because it helps your teammate transition faster. It's like generally with this Seep strat, only one player gets any advantage out of it at all, and it's only really on the nuke. But with the Overdrive, the nuke comes out faster, letting it do more damage earlier and being a bigger threat. And also, Overdrive Commander still helps your teammate who's going for heavier weapons. I mean, unless you plan on both players going for double nuke, then, you know, Seep all day, but as it is time, cannon time. 2 cannons slamming into Team 2's topmost base, and with it, those nukes are threatened. Not much eco left up there, as we have Alex, who's actually using the nukes for Team 2, is pretty much got little more than a skeleton of a base. And that's it. Skeleton falls. Alex goes with it. Yeah, this has been the fate of most missile users recently. Like, the nukes are strong, but they don't end the game fast enough. They don't quite come out early enough to delay the placement of the cannon. And it's just, it gets real bad. Once those cannons come out, it's just not enough. That whole sequence is surgical? Yes, it was. Surgical and planned, as you have 2 players working together to do so. Yes. Yeah, Firework down to 2 mines doesn't have the economy to compete or even really sustain. Team 1 knows this, and they're just adding in an additional cannon. Take it slow, says the battle cruiser. That wasn't even gonna hit you. You're just showing off. Taichu, you mad lad. Just sniping the mortar out of the sky because you can, and for no other reason. Look at... I swear. This is... I don't even want to call this BM, it's just showing off. Emotional damage. Oh god, they're having so much fun with this. I love this. This makes me very happy. Again, big shout out to Anonymous coming in and during that last match with the Gamers for Giving, with the support for the kids. Well done. I'm missing a key piece of info. I am missing a key piece of info, it would seem. Oh, jeez. Alex is missing a key piece of brain. Oh, bird. Pinch still probably better than overdrive. I don't know. I don't think so. The thing with overdrive is overdrive actually increases the build speed or the upgrade speed of the nuke. So it does come out theoretically faster than if Pinch Fist does it. The only reason Pinch Fist usually comes out faster is because you can get the tech faster and you can get everything else faster. But it doesn't change much in the way of the theory of it. Like the theoretical speed. The theoretical speed should go to overdrive. Mind you, overall speed for heavy weapons still would go to Pinch Fist, but I would have to do some more science on that. Have we seen a single Firebird game all day? No. Firebird is chronically ignored. Like, completely ignored. I've seen a couple builds that use it reasonably okay. Like the smoke build with the incendiary smoke, the white phosphorus build. That one's terrifying if you don't see it coming. Like, it's pretty game ending if you don't see it coming. Otherwise, it's just pretty much a worse version of Buster. Is it functionally does about the same thing as Buster during the active. Like with your cannons, for example, you basically get incendiary cannons. But it's just everything else, it just isn't as powerful. So usually if you want Firebird things, you just choose Buster. Unless you're doing white phosphorus builds, then so be it. Would Gatling AP spam be game ending if not expected at the beginning? No. No, no, no. Incendiary mortar spam is fun on Hailfort. Yeah, the incendiary mortar spam is actually kind of fun. It's just constant fire. It's a beautiful EMP hit. Shuts down the technology and the core for both players. Good God. Firework going mad with those. And he hits the eco. Oh, jeez. It's EMP timing. I'm gonna guess these EMPs are not long for this world because both of these teams have already shown that their sniping is toppest of tier and will happily purge any and all EMPs that exist for any longer than they necessarily need to. Firebird kind of mid? Yeah, Firebird is kind of mid. Has anyone in Pro League ever worn with miniguns? Not to my knowledge. I mean, not in any significant way. A lot of times, players when they're in the phase of the game where they are leagues ahead of their opponents and are just expanding massively to try to end the game faster, they will convert any machine guns that they have on the front of their base, machine guns which are typically used for AA. They'll convert those to miniguns just to increase their firepower by that much more. And so those would be used, and those technically using miniguns to win the game, but that's only the technicality sense, in that they are present alongside the other 4 cannons, howitzers, and 3 plasma lasers, plasma beams. So, there's that. Why are you like this? Why are there so few turbines? Couldn't they have a few next to the ones they have? Yes. It just depends on how much income they need and their timing of things. Usually you want to get enough energy production to get your weapons on the fields and then get enough to rapidly fire them eventually. The thing is, turbines are not they're easy to replace, but they're not super cheap. So you generally want to get the more important things first, and then get turbines as necessary. And remember that turbines are only really used for energy production. And energy production is pretty much only used for weapons firing. So increasing your energy production means you can fire weapons more, but firing weapons more, while nice, is not the end-all be-all. Like, it won't keep you alive in most instances. You need to be able to threaten with weapons, but otherwise you don't need to be firing them 90% of the time. They do their job well enough at a reduced fire rate. You know, a fire rate that's less than their maximum potential. That's actually one of the things you have to contend with when doing AI, because AI will always fire weapons at near 100% of their potential, and it means you have to get like twice the amount of turbines as you would normally get, because otherwise you'll softlock your AI, as the AI will prioritize firing weapons over anything else. So it's like, I built a cannon, and now I can never do anything else because I've spent all of my energy constantly firing the cannon with 100% uptime. And then the AI just soft locks and loses because it only ever has one cannon and never does more damage than one cannon worth of damage. Was that final hit caused by a sniper? It was. It was. Taichu kept opening up that howitzer's defenses with their own buzzsaws and cannons, and then sniping it to death with the sniper. It broke them. Question Shad, by the way, I would sub, but you're not partnered, so you can stream both platforms? Yes, that is correct. I'm not partnered on Twitch, which means I'm not in violation of any streaming codes there. As the laser breaks the defenses and the buzzsaw comes in for the clean cut. Well done. If you guys want to see that snipe again. As the fallening comes. Well done. Well done. Boop. One more snipe later, which I think happens after the next buzzsaw hit. Yeah. The buzzsaw opens it up. And, ooh. Clean through. Well done, well done. You love to see it. Remember guys, today we are doing the Gamers for Giving activities. So make sure to use that command in the top right corner. Check it out for yourself. You guys could read up on the read up on the charity for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. And then if you have the opportunity to please help out with support the charity so we could get these kids some normalcy in their lives. Snipey too strong. Snipey is incredibly powerful, and you cannot convince me otherwise. I'm... Gotta love the slow-mo. The slow-mo is one of my favorite features in this game. The ability to do a slow-motion replay. Are there any weapons that simply do not get used at all by most pro players? No. I think probably the least used weapon is the dome shield for the high seas from the latest high seas expansion. You see a couple of them here on screen right now, actually. They are right here, underneath the text, right there. They are probably the least used of any option, but they are still used somewhat. And of course, probably the biggest reason why they're not used is because they're just not fit for purpose in these small forts. They work particularly well in the larger forts, like if you're doing co-op games and such. And that's why you'll see them often in Battleships maps and similar. But outside of that, where because the pro players tend to play smaller matches. That's not even true. Well, for things like tournaments, we usually like to play things like 2v2s, 1v1s. And for those, the dome shield is simply not fit for purpose most of the time. So every other weapon is a meta use somewhere. Yes, and even the dome shield has a meta use. Just the meta use is not in pro play or not in standard vanilla play. Vanilla-like play. Aside from that, the other least used weapons would be miniguns and AP snipers. I'm not sure which is used less. I think the AP sniper is probably used less than the minigun, but even then the minigun is not used as a proper weapon. It's the minigun is more of a side effect of having too much money and not knowing what to do with it. AP sniper, it's hard to justify getting it outside of very specific niche cases, because the standard sniper performs the role of sniping better than the AP sniper does. The exception is if you're doing something like it's a really close match. Well, hello there. Firebird coming in with the support for the kids. Sending in that 20. Thank you for that support. Getting closer and closer to the donation goal. Who's in love and chat for Firebird here? Yes, the what about the Magna Beam? Magna Beam is incredibly hard to use, but it is not common in Fort's play because of how difficult it is to use and how inconsistent it is in actually successful, in actually being successful. Another contender is the Harpoon. The missile redirect, I don't think I've ever seen in standard play. I do see it fairly often in larger matches, like, say, battleships, for example. As Anonymous coming in with the 100, in my brain, every time Anonymous comes in, it's the same person. And so now I'm thinking, Anonymous just came in with the 100, but big shout out to someone who just wants to help out the kids without recognition. Thank you for coming in with that 100. It means quite a lot. Give them joy. Yes, there will be joy. That is the whole point. That is the purpose and stated goal of the charity of Gamers Outreach Foundation. The decoy ammo is what you meant. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen the decoy ammo used in a 1v1 or 2v2 standard format. I see it used fairly often in larger formats, or if you do something like battleships. And decoy ammo suffers from, well, for one, there needing to be a reason to use it. You'll notice that most of these matches just don't use swarm missiles. There's no reason for it. So there's no reason to use the Harpoon, the decoy ammo, if the sole reason for it to exist, the missiles, isn't being used at all. But if you go into maps where missiles are incredibly common, then you'll see them. The problem is those maps aren't generally played by what we would consider pro matches. I do want to put a distinction there, because the pro players are very well acquainted with the mods and all the madness and wild things. Like, you will find pro players playing those matches, just not in the formats that which we typically see here. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. So in this match, both teams have gone pinch fist rush, and at exactly cannon o'clock, they started doing cannon things, and then at howitzer timing, there was a howitzer. And that's just how that went. This match was as mirrory and as standard and as expected as it could go, and then someone died to a howitzer, which is the usual path to this. Very well played, Taichu and Luigi. Taking out Alex in a clean, pristine fashion. If anyone missed the amateur stream from earlier today, make sure to check it out. It's a must-see. Yes, I tend to agree, especially the finals, which is probably one of the best Forts matches I have seen in quite some time, even among the Forts Pro League. It was crazy, and of course, I won't spoil it. For the member in chat asking about Magna Beam, here we go. Oh, the howitzer just doesn't quite have the angle here, it looks like. Yeah, he's got to adjust the doors on it. As the plasma beam goes through. Last time he saw a decoy or harpoon during the 5C's debut cast. So most of the time, the most common use I'll see for the harpoon is with the control ammunition. But control ammunition is something that is very map specific and could really only be used in some modded maps. But in those maps, it becomes incredibly common is probably an overstatement, but probably a little bit of an exaggeration. But it is both very fun and well known. Like it's not something it's something you just have to expect because it happens. But again, that's a context which isn't generally considered a pro match. I think Firework is just inflamed and happy to live his life that way. Down to 5% and dropping as he lets himself burn. The fall begins. Clean, standard play from all players involved. Team 1 takes it in a quite decisive fashion. Would I say the Pro League is a bit too efficient and thus the Amateur League has more unexpected plays? No. No. Well, no. I think it really comes down to the specific players. Some players are super into doing unexpected plays. Some players are not. General, I find is, I don't want to call it a rule, but as a trend, there is a correlation between players who do the disciplined, perfectly practiced thing every single time and the players who go off on a tangent. And I'll tell you that the players who like to go off on a tangent tend to not be sufficiently practiced and skilled to make it consistently into things like the Forts Pro League. But it is very player dependent. And we have some players like, I don't know, take Felix here, known for doing some wild zany stuff, but also one of the stronger players in the community overall. It really just comes down to individual player tastes. As we have Anonymous coming in with the 20, not even a message to go with it, just to say thank you for the support as we work our way toward the donation goal and another go-kart for the kids. Thank you for that support. What's one of the most unique Pro League match strategies you've seen used? None. I don't think I've seen a unique Pro League strategy so far. I've seen a couple unique Amateur League games, but I don't credit that with being Amateur League so much as there being Felix in the match. Or Felix or like Halrassi being in the match or something of the sort. Ginger peach tea with just a little bit of honey. Nice and warm. Should cast the match at PA versus FS. It's SF. It's really good. So I've heard. That's on the list of ones for me to get casting soon here. Seeing how well that caused the howitzer to penetrate before detonating. Oh yeah. No. That's the reason why. That's the damage struts is important. That's why splash damage is so good. Even the howitzer itself. Howitzer itself is usually used to do exactly that situation, to cause exactly that situation. Because damage struts do not hold the line very well. So what you do is you use AoE splash damage to damage many struts. And then you follow it up with something like a laser or, another howitzer shell and have it penetrate all the way through the base before either detonating or, causing some additional damage output. That's kind of big, kind of important. Abyss is very difficult to get camera location hotkeys going because it's just so awkward. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Honestly, at the moment, you're not up to any crazy strategies. Lots of pretty standard heavy weapon builds with getting back into things. It's best not to pull out questionable shenanigans. Yes, I mean, that's true. That's usually how it goes. And you find that that mindset doesn't change the more you practice. It's still the best to do the practice disciplined thing every time. I mean, Lord knows that's the entire reason why Eaton's so good at the game. Like, he does have good insights into the game, but he's not doing something like strategy-wise that's just on another level. He's just fundamentally better at all the small things. It's a big difference maker. How commonly do orbital lasers get used? I don't have a good answer for you for something that would be in a pro style format. Out in the wilds, fairly commonly, like unnecessarily inflated because they're the popular option because they're so flashy and fun. But they get used very often. Like, a lot of the high seas weapons are incredibly satisfying to use. So they get used. They get used a lot. It's just for the amateur league and the pro league here, they are disabled. As we're doing these matches are set in the Moonshot DLC, not the High Seas DLC. So we don't get to use the coolest of the new toys. Well, okay. Here we got a little greedy. Alex, selling off all the metal around their core, leaving it exposed to a buzzsaw. It's getting punished for it. Loses down to 72%. 72% core HP for that one, and having to rapidly expend all of their money just to stay alive. Do I know Eaton personally? And is his real name Nate, as you have always expected? I have not met the man personally. No, he's just a player who plays RTS games, and I've interacted with quite often, and not just in Forts, but in several other games, and been on voice chat a fair few times. I would consider him in the loop of persons I would message should I wish to play a game. That's what we did to Company of Heroes 3. I was like, hey, I need people in the game. You want to come Company of Heroes 3? Which kind of burned out on Company of Heroes 3. I want to play it because it's a reasonable RTS game, but I don't want to play it because I get frustrated playing it. But I suspect, given a year of development, that'll change, and then they'll come back to playing it. As interesting tactic out of Luigi here. Not exactly sure what the plan is. Best worst of fort building designs? I saw someone build an Among Us. I should try Beyond All Reason, but watching Richard play for a few days, and it's very impressive. Yeah, Beyond All Reason is another one. I get asked that every so often. It's one of the more common suggestions in the Discord, for example. My conclusion for Beyond All Reason was wait until Steam release, which is the next or next-ish on their roadmap, I forget. And the reason for that is it's still a lot of the experience of the UI and the interactions, like just trying to set up basic map, like trying to host something. It's mostly it's majority console commands. Like, you have to do console input just to get the thing to work, which personally I don't like. I can do that. It's not a deal breaker for me in terms of a game. But generally speaking, if I'm going to show something and lead people to it, I want it to be accessible for the average player. And Beyond All Reason is just not there yet. So once Beyond All Reason gets to a point where they're saying, hey, we're going to be releasing on Steam and we have proper UI, UX going through, and it looks nice, and people casuals can reasonably play the game without having to learn how to input console commands, then I'll jump into it. but from my understanding, that's pretty close. Otherwise, beyond a reason, it's really good. Like, mechanically, it's solid. Balance-wise, I haven't played it enough to know, but mechanically, it's pretty solid. And it's got all the things that an RTS gamer wants. Like, it's all the things that I could think of. Like, I was looking around and ran out of things to figure out. Like, oh, well, I don't know what else to look for. It's got all the things I want. Well, you guys wanted Firebird. We're playing the white phosphorus build with triple smoke launcher and incendiary smoke. Look at that. You can't put out the smoke. You can't put out the fire while the smoke is there. And, well, the fire shall burn, for the smoke does not go away. Fortunately for Team 2, they know how to deal with white phosphorus build. And it's, you get any amount of repair facilities, and they will automatically clear any nearby smoke, which enables them to just not have to deal with it, and therefore does no damage. What the next StarCraft stream is going to be? That's a darn good question. I do play StarCraft fairly frequently off-stream. I find it harder and harder to justify putting it on stream. I want to do another couple of videos of it. Let's say another Keystone video, a couple more Direct Strike videos, especially now that there's more Direct Strike content coming out. And I find it harder and harder to justify streams for it. So I don't know when the next stream will be. Probably soon-ish. I say as if we aren't doing like forts for the next month straight because of all the stuff we gotta do in forts with all the events and things. But I do actually want to do another StarCraft stream soonish. It is ostensibly next on the schedule. It's ostensibly next in the next available time slot. It's just there aren't a lot of time slots available right now because it's all coming up forts. When's the next Empire or War stream? The last one's so close to being finished. I do not know there, bros. Empire War comes after StarCraft, and StarCraft is already kind of at an indefinite distance away. Oh, nice. Took out the fire beam from below. 3 cannons. Man's just face tanked 3 cannons and didn't lose his laser. Impressive. Mildly related. Firework has 3 cannons. It just means that the defenses here are limited life. Like, you can't take 3 cannons for that long. It doesn't work. As the smoke, it's burning. It's burning the whole base. Taking out all the innards alongside of it. Oof. There we go. So many lasers reflecting, deflecting, bouncing around, and cutting through everything else. Ooh. Oh, penetrating deep, but not quite exposing the cannons. It's gotta leave them really ready and able to fire as more flames spread throughout the base. Oh no, he shot himself, which is not generally the target they want. Uh-oh, that's bad. Smoke getting cleaned up by the repair facility. As the white phosphorus once again flies and burns everything. That's some dead turbines. Those turbines cannot be repaired due to the fire. The fire cannot be put out due to the smoke. So they're just gonna burn, and burn they did, losing one of them and highly damaging the other 2. Where's the everything's on fire sound there? Everything is always on fire. Oh, you ran out of energy at the worst possible moment. You were going straight to the core with that. As a door snipe takes out a fire beam. Well done. So beautiful. I drinking coffee or tea? I'm drinking tea. I don't do coffee. Coffee scares me for health concerns. Oh, it cuts so deep. Pain. Again, just the sniping of projectiles because you can. This is showing off is what he's doing. It's not even showing off. That's just legitimate. That's just a legitimate usage of the sniper as an anti-air device, and also winning the sniper war. It cuts so deep. Do I drink Yorkshire tea gold? I do not, no. That is a spiffing Brit kind of tea. Damage. It continues. Stream does not agree with the T dependent. I did not notice any skipped frames or dropped things on my end here. Everything's looking completely smooth and free. I'll have to take it for your... If there was a hiccup in the stream. Coffee would have prevented that. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Twitch had a moment of drop. Yeah, it looks like whatever happened on the Twitch side of things didn't happen on the YouTube side of things. That's strictly a Twitch being Twitch moment as, oh no, firework getting shredded and torn off the cliff face. That's unfortunate. Oof. So much fire. Tore off the wall like Velcro. Yes. Yes and yes. Oh my. So at this point, it looks like the Firebird is going to come out on top. I say that simply because they're so very far ahead. It is going to be quite difficult for Team 2 to come back here. Yes, Team 2 still has heavy weapons, and you can never quite count out a player who's got laser beams. It's just that's a lot. It's a lot of ground to cover, you know. Mass EMP. Better drink Bigelow. I'm aware of Bigelow. I've had it before. I think I have one package of Bigelow that's effectively expired because it's been sitting in the tea cabinet for so extremely long, completely untouched. It has so much EMP everywhere. And the fire, it reigns supreme. It burns. It burns. It burns! So much EMP. So much fire from every corner. Notice this is happening specifically because the fire sound effect is disabled for Team 2 here. Because that's one of the abilities. That's one of the abilities for Firebird. It disables the sound effects, so they have no way of knowing that they're on fire unless they directly look at it, which is difficult at times. We have Anonymous coming in with the perfect timing, as we've got a victory screen for Firebird coming in hot with another victory. A little bit of that white phosphorus gameplay for you guys. Thank you to Anonymous coming in with that support for the kids. Make sure to use that G4G command you can see at the top right screen right now so you guys can check out for yourself the charity we're working on today. Today, it's Gamers for Giving, Gamers Foundation charity, trying to get those goods for the kids. Glad you enjoy and thank you. Thank you, Anonymous Donor, for the 10, getting us that much closer to the donation goal today. Excellent. So we have Anonymous coming in with another 50 beginning with that absolute megaton. Thank you, Mr. Anonymous, or Mrs. Anonymous. Or thank you, Anonymous Donor, coming in with that 50. Not even a message, just coming in to say, show their support for the kids. You've forgotten about the no fire alarm ability? That's annoying. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of disabling UI elements, like UX elements for the opponents, but it is effective, and I'm okay with it. It definitely punishes a certain caliber of players much harder than others. Well played. As we jump right into another round. Alright. Luigi and Taichi playing in the blue as the Pinch Fist commander. I hope they're not watching, because their opponents, Alex and Firework, playing as the Phantom commander. Phantom commander known for that dirty, filthy cheese. It's, God, that's... These days, every time I see the Phantom Commander, I just tremor in fear of psychological damage, memories of trauma. Because that's what they're doing here. They're starting it off early, starting it off quick. As looks like they're going for a rocket rush. This will be a phantom-fueled rocket rush, which is going to be difficult to deal with. For those unfamiliar with this, well, you're going to get to see a pretty good example of it. Is these two players are good at it. Basically, they're going to broadcast to the world that they're going for some kind of late game play. Often we'll see a fake mine or fake technology. I'm betting we're going to see a... Oh, surely you reveal. This doesn't look like he's going to reveal. We're going to see exposed heavy weapons tech. This is munitions plants. I don't think he's exposing his heavy weapons tech here. This is just, yeah, there's a fake mine. This is to say, hey, I'm going late game with maximum mines, and I'm going heavy weapons tech. So what happens is they say, oh, we're going late game. Here's a heavy weapons tech. Here's proof of our mines. We're going late. And then, surprise, it's missiles, and it's a lot of missiles, and it's missiles from every player on the team. And so Team 1 is going to have to figure out that's happening, because if they take 6 missiles to the face without defenses, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really bad, like game ending, just immediately knocked out of the game bad. As we have Anonymous coming at the 170. That's kind of a lot. Well, hello there, coming in Anonymous Donor with the massive amount of support for the kids. Big shout out to Anonymous coming in with that kind of support, getting us that much closer to the donation goal of another go-kart. Thank you, thank you. God, I just love... Like, I know this money isn't going to me. It's not even going into anything affiliated with me. I just love seeing the support go to the kids. It just makes me how happy inside to know that we're making a difference in the world today. Yeah, so Team 1's completely blindsided by this. This is going to be their first notification that something's wrong, and you can see them reacting immediately with wood spam. Because, oh no, they're fort cloaked, that means they're phantom, that means, oh god, we're about to die. So, clocking in at 3 minutes and 45 seconds, about a minute-ish before cannon o'clock, they're suddenly on the verge of death. And it's only going to get worse for them from here. This particular variant of the rocket rush includes smoke, which is just that much more infuriating to deal with. You're missing some shots. Well, that's one cannon being forced to sell off. Unfortunately, Team 2 didn't destroy the cannon outright. It did manage to survive long enough to get sold. There is, of course, a couple downsides to this strategy. Their forts are not exceptionally well defended, so if something happens, like say a surprise howitzer, then Team 2 can literally be eliminated quite rapidly. It looks like Team 1 might be able to pull that off. Of course, Team 2 is floating their metal away, so there's no reason why they can't be expanding other than lack of APM, which would be rather unfortunate. As they're performing quite well. That EMP could have saved Alex from his soon impending fate. Okay. Okay. Another cannon. Oof. Howitzer. Is this the end? Oh, uses the EMP to disable the howitzer shell out of the air. Keeps himself alive, but that should be a wake-up call that the Team 1 has survived the opening volley of the rocket rush, and Team 2 needs to move toward defending themselves against things. Yeah, a little slow on the defense out there. Alex falls to a cannon shell straight to the heart. A new howitzer round. Chops off any drunk firework may have had, and with it, any hopes and dreams reconnected to its teammates' burning base. Okay. Question from chat. Are there any plans for more Vault Hunter streams after the wave of forts? So with Vault Hunters, I want to wait a while for the some of the features to get updated. A couple of the items are not implemented. A couple of the, it seems like rather core style mechanics, core-ish, are not quite there yet. And I want to get it set up on a server so that we as a community can play Vault Hunters together. And that's, I don't think the current iteration of Vault Hunters in its alpha form is ready for it just yet, as there's things like the enchants and such. The vault-based enchants are just not implemented. So we'll hang off on that. We'll hang off on that until the mod is updated. Have to keep an eye on Iskal as this guy Does Stuff comes in and rejoins the incursion. Member for 42 months. Congratulations, friend. You've regained access to all the beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as the special access role on Discord. Bet you knew that already. Welcome back. Oh wow, that almost went directly to the core. It tried to go to the core, but there's a little bit too much in the way. But only by a single wood strut. Did I check out Iskal88's videos on Vault Hunters? I have not. No. I'm aware of Iskal88's contents. I've watched some of his content. I know of the guy. I haven't watched his Vault Hunters line of stuff. More watch some of his Hermitcraft adjacent things. That's gonna be a nice hit. Cannon follow-up? Yes. 3 cannons straight to the core with that. Well, that's how you deal with a phantom, by the way. Some of these phantom things, you just have to live. And then you do actual damage. Dang. Anonymous user coming in with that 170. That is a massive donation for the kids. You'll love to see it. Definitely love to see it. As we got some great games here going on tonight. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. It's so good. I like these games. These games make me happy. Lack of focus fire gave Team 1 a chance. There's a good justification for not focus firing too much. You do actually want to shut down both players. If you just wipe out one player and then suddenly, oh no, a cannon comes from the other player, wipes out what they see, then you're not ahead. You're actually pretty far behind. So you do actually need to take out both players. I'm gonna pin that one mostly on Team 2 for not implementing adequately. They needed more defense and probably a faster transition there. As we have this guy does stuff coming in with the 20, giving some support for the kids. Thank you for that support for the kids. And glad to be part of it. But honestly, this one's on you guys. I'm just the guy who's putting it all together to make it look nice for you guys. You guys are the ones doing the actual support, and that's what matters. How often do I actually play forts? Fairly often. Usually at least once per stream. And by once per stream, I mean like a dozen games per stream. It's almost exclusively what our fort streams are. Unless we're doing some unusual events like a AI stream or something of the sort. I'm glad you enjoy this guy does stuff. Forts Falls. Ooh, fancy. I had a fun activity. Monday. I went out to a sushi bar. It was nice and quiet. They turned the lights down a little bit as twilight was approaching. Got myself a plate of sushi, a little side of miso soup, and just got to enjoy the ambiance of the environment, listen to the less than sober patrons rant about their lives. It was a good time. Got to speak to a bar. I've been to that particular sushi bar a fair few times. I've met a new bartender there, at least new to me. Ended up speaking to her pretty much all night. The time I was there, I wasn't there all night. I was only there for like an hour, slowly enjoying my sushi because sushi is just so tasty. At the end, she called me a cheap date, and I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know what that means, but And now you're ordering sushi. How could you? Sushi's so good. What do I drink? Oh, I didn't drink anything. I had to drive. You kidding me? I mean, I guess I didn't have to drive. The bar was close enough to my place that I could walk. I would periodically skate down that direction. I just happened to be driving that day. So I did not touch any of the alcohols. How is it people can build out so much from their forts? You always end up with a wonky fort. Practice. It takes practice. You just have to understand engineering. The engineering of forts. A date is a date. Sure, okay. I was a bartender, so like... If only. Salmon nigiri sushi is your jam. Salmon sushi in general is my favorite sushi. Salmon nigiri is pretty good. He threw his keyboard into the... What am I... What did I just read? What? What did I just... Oh my god. Alex, why are you like this? I don't know. I can't take you anywhere. Oh gosh. Apparently salmon sushi is invented by Norwegians. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, that's sweet, sweet salmon. Salmon is my favorite fish, and it is my favorite fish for sushi as well. And force feed me coffee makes you thoughtful. So I have going to describe as a medical condition that makes me incredibly sensitive to stimulants of every kind. It's one of the reasons why that is the reason why I avoid coffee. It's because of the caffeine. It's the reason why all of my teas are the rooibos kind of tea that are the berries and such, not the actual like green teas or something. Because I will die. Like, hospitalized. I had coffee once. I made it about halfway through the cup of coffee. It was from Starbucks. Friends had to take me to the hospital. Well, threatened to anyways. Like, I got banned from the place. Like, I will actually die. So I'd prefer not to. Tasty, tasty tea. A pound of pure caffeine. I mean, of all the ways to go, it's probably not a bad one. Because I have OD'd on caffeine before, and I will say this: it feels a strange mix of good and terrifying. It's like if you ever lost control of your body. It's like you reasonably could sit in your chair and expect to be alive in the next 5 seconds, as opposed to, oh my god, I feel like I'm dying. I don't know if I'm going to be alive in the next 5 seconds. Am I dying? I don't know. I can't tell. I can't feel my heart's beating too fast. My pulse doesn't work. What's happening to me? There is that, but then there's also the sensation of being able to feel every heartbeat. Like you could feel the blood rushing through your veins and your body. You just feel like the most alive possible. And I'm like, I can understand why people like this sensation, but also I prefer not to die, thank you. As someone who can sit down with a bag of chocolate-covered espresso beans and doze off, you cannot relate. Fair enough. Such a shame. You'll never know the jitteriness of drinking too much and trying to beat that monstrous deadline. So, that's not true. I'm sensitive. I'm, like, overly sensitive to it. It just means I get the same high, the same effect that everyone else does, but at basically micro doses by comparison. Like, for me, 15 milligrams of caffeine is a lot. Like, if I take 15 mgs, I am wired bouncing off the wall at what most people would consider normal caffeine levels, or something around that. I just elect not to because I find myself functioning better without caffeine in the system at all. It's like with caffeine in my system or stimulants in general, it's more of this kind of ups and down, like massive highs, massive lows, like super exhaustion into this massive energy boost. And it's just not nearly as functional as someone who can just go for 18 hours straight on living on water, which is usually how I live, on water or juice or tea. It's much more effective in my experience. Like when I was going through, a great example is engineering school. Is when I went to engineering school for software engineering. A lot of my colleagues were caffeine junkies, and we would do something like, "Oh no, we have a deadline in 48 hours, and the project is going to take 40 hours. So we have 40 hours of Jesus. You had one job. One job." You did this to yourself. The Oh. Oh no. The fire beam. It caused explosion. What was I saying? Oh, engineering school. So engineering school, most of my colleagues were caffeine junkies. And so we do things like, oh, we have to do 40 hours of work over the next 48 hours. And that doesn't include, you know, food, transportation, all the other things. So it's just staying up. There have been times where I stayed up 72 hours straight and no caffeine involved. And I could just keep going almost indefinitely. Well, I mean, at some point I just pass out, but that's basic human needs. But I would be far more productive for far longer than any of my colleagues. And it was much more effective than the caffeine thing. Like, the caffeine pattern is not... It's not a great method. Like, if you need more productivity, I find the best way of getting more productivity is just cutting caffeine entirely. Caffeine happens to... So that is not the condition, that is not the name of it. I'm pretty certain it's a heart-related condition. It is something that has run in my family. A couple of my family members suffer from that kind of symptom. The caffeine sensitivity is a symptom. It is not itself the condition. Why are you like this? You know how those work. I know you know how those work. You have to aim it higher. Okay. Was that in second-year engineering? I mean, I took 4 years of it, so like, at most points of engineering. But no, I'm pretty certain it's something heart-related. It's nothing that's like immediately concerning to me, but or to my doctor. But it's like a side effect of human experience that some people have to deal with. Because I have a naturally high heart rate, and my biology leads me to be extremely sensitive to such things. Oh, that's a hit. Goodbye, fire beam. Can I drink caffeinated sodas like Coke? I cut sodas out of my system a very long time ago, and most sugars. Like, I don't do desserts if I could at all avoid it. Like greasy, I cut grease and most oils and fats out of my diet. Added sugars, added salts, butters, desserts, sodas. I will say this: I have used standard Coke as a caffeine source before. I do not drink the whole can. I make it, aside from wanting to vomit because it's just disgusting. Hey, you almost got it. Okay. Aside from wanting to vomit because Coke is just disgusting. I get most of the way through the bottle, and then through the can or the bottle, and I'm just done. I feel unsafe going further than most of a bottle. And I absolutely do not touch any kind of like 5 hour, any kind of energy drink. What is this, water mod? This is not a mod. This is vanilla forts. There are no mods in this lobby right now. This is all vanilla. You've used standard Cloak to clean battery terminals on your car battery before. 100% agree. Coke is disgusting. Yeah, I can't. I can't. I can't. You can try some amphetamines for the first. No, thank you. Very, very no, thank you. Like, there's some kind of... I'm a big fan of try everything once. That's on list of things I would rather not. Just don't even play with that. What do I drink? Mostly water, tea, variant juice. Big fan of coconut water. Water, tea, and juice of the varying kinds. Like, I've got an acai juice here, but I'll do most juices. A lot of the juices, like apple juice, is just like 90% sugar, so I'll just mix that in with something else. Big fan of pineapple juice. If you guys remember that time, was it last year? Year and a half ago, I drank so much pineapple juice I dissolved the inner lining of my face, which was not a fun experience. Doing a T3 Nighthawk. Man's gotta do something about it, because he keeps sending it too horizontally and crashing into the opponent's base. Like, he finally sent it up high enough, but then just missed. Oh no. Well, it's not getting better. Have I tried weed before? I have. It gives me anxiety, so I don't. I'm not into it. You're wanting a beverage of the alcoholic variety. So if I don't generally like psychoactives of any kind. Oh, there's your shield dome, by the way. I don't generally like psychoactives of any kind. But I do enjoy alcohols. Mostly liquors. Mead I like the like honey wine kind of stuff. Liquors, specifically whiskeys or bourbon, I'm into. One of my favorite drinks is just whiskey sour. It's basically just spiked lemonade. It's one of my favorite drinks. Although I don't generally drink it because then I get fuzzy, brain fuzzy, and I'm not into it. So that's a thing. Meat is really good. Oh, it really is. It's so good. Why can't you super chat? Because today is Gamers for Giving Day. If you notice right across the top of the screen, we have a donation goal. Because today, we're participating in Gamers for Giving. It's Gamers Outreach Foundation, where it's a charity that works toward keeping children happy in hospitals, giving children an opportunity to have a much more normal life, to have some fun, some social activity as they recover from whichever health concerns brought them into the hospital in the first place. So rather than donating to me personally to keep the channel going today, and this weekend actually, it's today and tomorrow, we will be funneling it all toward the Gamers Outreach Foundation. So if you guys want to support Gamers for Giving, use that G4G command, follow that link where you can both read up on it, as well as donate if you so please. So I ask, if you want to donate to me instead, I ask that you donate it to the Gamers for Giving charity. Can you donate through YouTube? Not directly through YouTube. You have to go through the charity intermediary, but the link, it's on Tiltify. The link is now posted in chat after using that command. Thank you. Thank you there, Mad Cat. Have I tried absinthe before? I have, yes. I've tried most alcohols. I think the funniest story of... I think I have one of the more funny first alcohol stories. Funny isn't the right word. Jesus. Just the snipers. You can't let the snipers have... You can't let the snipers have anything. Like, they will ruin your day. Every time. Every single time. Can you course swing upwards via Fort's physics jank? Not physics jank, but you can course swing upwards using regular physics stuffs. Like make yourself like a seesaw kind of deal. Oh, that's gonna be a good hit. Yeah, That was a very good hit. One Nighthawk precision bombing runs straight to the core. The howitzer round splashes harmlessly on the howitzer defense, anti-howitzer defense. Yeah, what was it? So, one of my first alcohol experiences was not absinthe. It was Bacardi 151. That's a 151 proof rum. And because I hadn't really done alcohol before of any kind, so my friend's like, "Oh, you haven't had alcohol before? We're gonna give you some alcohol to see how you like it." I'm like, "Okay, great." And so naturally, my friends, being the great examples of human beings that they are, decided to say, "Hey, let's do something fun. We're gonna get you this little shot. Just try this shot, see how you like it." They just poured straight 151 in there. And I'm like, okay. So I just put it in my mouth, swirled around a little bit, tasted it. I'm like, this doesn't taste like much. It doesn't have much of a flavor. It's just kind of meh. And then I just, swallowed it and moved on. And I kid you not, my friend's jaws just dropped. And I never fully got an explanation as to why. It wasn't until like 2 weeks later when I was doing my own research that I was like, oh, that wasn't just some fluke thing. That was like an incredibly high concentration of alcohol that is normally not drank straight as a shot. And they just gave it to me and I just drank it and didn't think anything of it. And they were like, excuse me, what? that was like, I'm like, oh my god, like I didn't even know. It's like almost moonshine levels. Oh, the Magna Beam, bringing the howitzer in from below. Oh, that cut so deep. That's actually still 4 or 5 layers of densely packed interwoven wood. Didn't quite make it to the core there. Responsible friends try to make your alcohol experience enjoyable. Yes. Nearly EMP'd my liver. Apparently. Oh, that's another good shot. Oh, the buzzsaw cleared it out of the sky. Quick thinking. Kept himself alive because that would absolutely have ended his life. Classify it under Florida man stories. Oh no. You can use counterweights to get the core to swing upwards. Yes, you can counterweight your core during a core swing to swing it upwards. 99% of the time, you don't want your core to swing upwards, but yes. Buzzsaw AA. It works when anything can be AA if you try hard enough. One of your recent favorite cocktails, make a whiskey sour with a nice and spicy rye, but skip the egg white. And you float around half an ounce of peated scotch on top. Highly recommend. That sounds pretty good. I'm not a big fan of the egg white. Like, I like the sour. Honestly, most of the time when I do whiskey sour, I just take lemonade. Like an actual lemonade. Like, I'll take the water, a little bit of lemon, like lemon juice squeezed, turn it into an actual lemonade. And then spike it pretty heavily with insert whiskey here. Or I'll do this, or a bourbon. I'll do the same thing with a bourbon. That's really about the same thing. It's just as effective. And I've done the egg white before. It's just not into it. It just adds this kind of bleh, like foam to the top. It's like bleh. Like it's okay. It's not a deal breaker for me. It's just I would rather not, given the option. Another one of my favorite drinks was actually mostly homemade, using a ginger sweet. Basically, we made a homemade ginger sweet with raw ginger and sugar and a little bit of water, just boiled down. And turned it to a syrup. Pretty much just put that in anything. Like take whiskey sour, otherwise homemade, or whiskey lemonade, and then put ginger sweet in it. Just because you can. It just makes it better. It's already an upgrade. Only whiskey you don't do very often anymore is Irish. You pretty much stick with bourbon or rye. Fair enough. Honestly, for me, it's been so long since I've done alcohol of any kind. I'm certain I no longer have a tolerance for it. At all. God. Firework, how is your fort still alive? Like, how are you actually not destroyed yet? You've taken so many hits, you have so little economy left. Is there a time limit? Only for firework, and his time limit ends right now. Shout out to Alex coming in with this massively thick base, which doesn't have nearly enough defenses in the front of it. Sweet, tasty tea. Well, you guys wanted laser beams from space. So we're going to get laser beams from space. Just right here in a moment. It's going to be a big surprise. When did it stop having a time limit? We didn't add the time limit for most of these matches. Any of these casual matches, we never put a time limit on it. For a lot of the tournaments, we put a time limit on it because we have to go through like 30 matches in like 6 hours or something like that. So you can't. Not having a time limit is it's just not feasible. We will not get the tournament done in one day. For the Forts Pro League, there's no time limit. There's also no time constraints. The matches happen at any point in time during the week, so they could just take their time doing it. And here comes death. Here comes disaster. It's just a little off the top. For future reference on maps like this, you generally don't want to slam the front of the fort, but instead kind of the top. That way it drags way behind. Actually cuts deep behind through the internal goods. Is he going to be another similar shot? Oh! That did it. Well done. Just enough to burn through. Eaton falls to space lasers. The best kind of laser. Alright. Big shout out real quick, once again, So this guy does stuff. You came in with the 20 to say, let's be real. With the cost of games these days, let's make sure the kiddos could have some DLC. That's the idea. That's one of the reasons why it's so expensive. Video games not cheap. Like they gotta have some. I don't know if you've read up on the technical list of things they have, which we can cover. But there's an actual whole list of technology and things they include in these things. Bar time. All right. Good luck out there, Alex. You know Taichu is eaten the entire time. Nah. No way. Can't be true. Thanks for the games, Alex. You guys put on a great show for the kids. All right then. So, we had just done. We had just done. Where is it? We had just done a match, and we need to do part 2 of that match. Of Pro Aim versus Construct. Remember guys, if you want to help support the cause, make sure to follow that link. Or use the command and follow the link from the command. Show your support there. Remember, I've already disabled support around the channel for me specifically, over this channel here. So if you're looking to support the channel, I ask that you instead support Gamers for Giving event, so we can get toward helping with the helping support the kids. I'm glad you enjoyed jamming, Doodler. We've got more forts coming all week. Okay. All right then. Without further ado, we jump right back into the action. Where, right now, we have 2 of your favorite teams. Here on the left-hand side, in the blue, it is Team Pro Aim, Mateo and MCC72K. Playing as the Warthog commander, are getting set up for what is likely to be a fairly standard match, looking to crush their opponents in a rather precise and well-disciplined fashion. Team Construct, well, they're going to play it a little bit differently. Team Construct getting set up for a similar strategy to Tonic and Cloud, only putting a slight twist on it, because they're playing the Scattershot commander. Now, the Scattershot commander, yes, still does the standard heavy weapons rush, but instead of getting heavy weapons, they get mass 20mm. The reason for that is the Scattershot commander empowers 20mm to make them hit a little bit harder than a standard cannon. And this, coupled with the fact that 20mm are cheaper than standard cannons, means you can get a lot of them on the field and empower them to deal absolutely devastating amounts of damage in a time frame where people are not at all prepared for it. And that is how I expect this match to go. Now, I don't know if I favor I don't know exactly which team I would favor here. I think I'm going to favor Construct in this one. But it is hard to say. Warthog is popular, and he's popular for a reason. It's because he's very good. The basic heavy weapons empowered with the, well, the commander active ability is very strong. This is very, very strong. Comes highly recommended. So we'll see who comes out on top in this match. Alas. So, we do have the EMP. We've seen the EMP, opener EMP all day. It lives for about as long as the snipers don't exist. These teams don't seem particularly keen on sniping. Cloud does bring out the sniper, but there's nothing to snipe because Team Pro Aim is not... They're just not playing the earlier middle game stuff. They're not playing the early game stuff. They're just rushing straight to the mid game as fast as they can and just accepting any penalties of not participating. The penalties will be taking EMP hits and having the technology and their core shut down for a while. So that'll delay them in the into the heavy weapons tech, but won't stop them. We'll see how much of a difference that ends up making. Team Construct already has multiple 20mm in production. Kind of surprised to see Teutonic hasn't placed their first one yet. I mean, I know why they haven't. It's because they haven't completed their heavy weapons tech, but I'm surprised they haven't. I'm surprised they went for a build order that didn't get it faster, considering 20mm are kind of the whole thing. Okay. So my question here, in terms of game state, is will the opening volleys of Pro Aim break the 20mm arrays, the batteries of 20mm, or will Construct be able to charge up their commander ability and focus fire probably MCC? And focus fire MCC into the ground? Or one of the two players. They'll pick one, they'll nuke one player with the commander active. But that will only work if and only if Pro Aim can't break through the 20mm batteries and break them. Flatten them, remove them entirely. This will be an interesting difference. This is always an interesting difference, but it makes me happy whenever the 20mm team loses. Let's put it that way. So Team Pro Aim will be able to activate their commander ability and get massive damage done right about now-ish. Are they gonna do it? Yes, they are. A little bit of anti-synergy. They're going for the kill shot. Almost get it. Penetrating clean through their opponents there. There are now 320mm on the field, which is actually a bit less DPS than the Team Pro Aim here with that empowered, but Team Pro Aim may not be prepared for the kind of damage output. We do see anti-20mm protections going up. So if Team Construct doesn't activate their commander ability right about now... Okay, yeah, they just activated it. So I was going to say, if they don't activate it right about now, it's going to be bad. But they did activate it now, and I think it's bad for them anyways. Yes, yes it is. That's very bad for them. Okay. Here comes another... Yeah, but without the commander active? Why did you... Why? Okay. Ooh, penetrating deep. See, this is why... This is why... Warthog is good. It just hits so very hard. Look, it penetrated so deep, then exploded and took out 2 mines. Like, that's... massive amount of damage. Oh, here comes another wave of the 20s. Oh, heavy hits. They're not focus firing. They may not be able to focus fire given the placement of their weapons, but they're not focus firing either way. And that's going to be a problem. It's, yikes. Pretty hard yikes, as here comes an empowered fire beam and plasma beam follow-up. 4 more mines have been removed. Which is, not an ideal situation. Okay. Wow. So this is actually putting Team Construct in the back foot pretty heavily. Like, yes, those 20 mils, they deal crazy amounts of damage, but they're not breaking through. Whereas Team Pro-Aim with the empowered lasers are actually breaking through and dealing meaningful damage on the other side. Like, both of those cannons just over-penetrated and dealt nothing. Specifically because there was nothing left to do. It's, not generally the condition you want to be in as Team Construct here. My question now is, will Pro-Aim change targets? I suspect they will. Because, top base is suffering pretty hard. So the only real targets left in the top base are the weapons and the core. It looks like Pro-Aim is now targeting the weapons systems of Construct's lower base. This puts Pro-Aim like pretty heavily in the lead at this point. Pretty hard to come back from losing so many mines. Oh yeah. Ooh, a beautiful door snipe. Team Pro-Aim loses a fire beam, but don't worry. They already have 2 more in construction, which is kind of a lot. It cuts deep and burns clean through, but doesn't... Oh my gosh. It's so much damage. Team Pro-Aim keeps over-penetrating the bases of Constructs, but not hitting core and critical components. This is not great for Pro-Aim. Pro-Aim's weapons are now exposed here. Barely managing to reconstruct the doors in time. Barely. You can do it. Oh, just slightly higher. Would have seen the destruction of even more mines. Oh, it's so painful. So as much as Pro-Aim is doing a lot of damage, what they're not doing is critical damage. Aside from the mines here, Pro-Aim really isn't breaking all that much in the way of importance. So, it does lead me to be a bit concerned for Pro-Aim here, is they need to actually land some good shot. Okay, that's a good shot. That's a very good shot. Good job. You did it. That'll break Construct's damage output almost entirely. And with the buzzsaws, okay, yeah, now we're talking. Now we're doing real damage. Alright. Those cannons go into top or bottom? Probably want to focus fire the same target. Just to, there you go. There you go. Now bring those lasers out. Nope. Doesn't even need it. Buzzsaws were enough to finish it. He's been that close to death for that long. As now, their Team Pro Aim is aiming for the minds and the economy of the final remaining Construct player. Good. Very good. Teutonic here is trying to utilize portals in an effort to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Cannons and portals play very nicely together, which is usually not in the favor of the cannon player at all. So they're looking to prevent this from happening. A nice shot, threading the needle between two portals. Working out in the favor of Team Pro Aim there, showing off their aim. With these two portals present up here, it's not going to be worth it to attempt to remove the economy anymore. They can try to make the shot in between, which I think is what they're going to do. Just in between the portals. Yep. His core is defended by two portals with a little gap in between, so they just send the cannon straight in there. And with that, Pro Aim wins this best of 3. It's great, great. Love to see it. Very, very well done. Good job, Team Pro Aim, with that top tier accuracy. Okay. Much better. I'm gonna say shout out once again to the Mountain Hill coming in with the 27 for the kids to a brighter tomorrow. To a much brighter tomorrow. That's the kind of difference we want to see, with the Miser coming in with another megaton, dropping the 78 for the kids. Not even a message, just dropping by to say, I support the kids. We're going to make this world a better place. Thank you, Miser. Thank you, the Mountain Hill coming in with that support, being as selfless as you are. Thank you so much. All right, then. Alrighty. Hey there, Kalasha. Welcome in. Why is this not stay? Okay. I move it around too much. I stand up too much down. It's getting kind of loose. Worn out. Gotta get those tightening exercises on it. Much better. I get the next match set up. Hey there, Femi. Welcome in. Welcome in. I actually need to check on a couple things real quick. Okay. Edit one thing. Here we go. All right. Any idea why you can't donate on the YouTube chat here? Yes, for the duration of the Gamers for Giving events, that is both today and tomorrow, as we'll be doing another stream tomorrow, donations directly to my channel are disabled. Any donations that you would like to make to the channel, I kindly request that you instead send them to Gamers for Giving. You can use the G4G command to get the link for that. That way we can help work toward the Gamers for Giving charity, which I think is a much better cause for this weekend. Alright. Well, thank you, Mr. Mugger12321. As we have another set of support coming in from Anonymous, dropping the 41 USD. And thank you for that support for the kids. Alright. Let me get this next match set up for you guys. To this music, excited, happy noises. All right, one more sip of tea. I'm almost out of tea. This makes me sad. I'm gonna have to live off of juice after the tea. I could go make more tea. Decisions. I'm using the pretty girl feature. Works well with the beard. I am very tempted to shave it off entirely, just to change it up for a bit. What tea do I drink? Well, right now it's a ginger peach tea with just a little bit of honey in it. But with that, we'll jump right into the next match with one of my favorite teams by name alone. It's Team Spec Fanatiker coming in here in the left-hand side. Derbansi and Naomi in the blue. As Kalijah Anderson coming in with the 100. Can we get some love in chat for Kalijah, long-term supporter here on the channel. I'm glad to see you here. Coming in with the 100, the absolute megaton. Thank you, Kalijah, for the kids. Not even coming in with a message, just showing support. You'll love to see it. Well, back into this match, we have their opponents. It's Team Yes, Flint Shadow and Taichu. Always a good time. Looks like we're going to have a fairly standard match here. A little bit speedier, though, as Team Yes is playing... Well, aside from the game of how quickly can we lose our first turbine to sniper fire, Team Yes is playing as the Pinch Fist Commander. Pinch Fist Commander, known for anemic bases and skeletal structures held together by a distinct lack of any kind of sinews. Team Yes will be expending much of their early time APM, selling off their base and repurposing it to regain their metal economy, to regain their metal and pump it right back into their own economic and technology expansion. Whereas Team Spec Fanatiker, and playing as the Architect Commander. Architect Commander doesn't build nearly as fast, well, doesn't progress through the early game opening stages nearly as quickly as Pinch Fist, because they don't, Architect doesn't have any major economic bonuses. However, Architect does have a massive build speed increase, during their active ability. And their active ability, well, they're charging it up now by utilizing snipers to constantly pick away at the bases and morales of their opponents. And well, it looks like they're going with the upgrade center, because not only has Team Spec Fanatiker fully developed their mineral economy, but they're going to develop it even further by upgrading their mines. And then they're going to rely on their commander active ability to catch them up in terms of build speed. As we have I Am Destructo Man coming in with another 50. Not even a message, just showing support for the kids. Thank you, I Am Destructo Man, showing off all that support and being so charitable. A world like that, we can actually make a difference. Make the world just a little bit better. Thank you. What the kids are talking about? Well, I can go through the whole spiel. We were doing a push for fundraising today. We're part of the Gamers for Giving events. Specifically, it's a charity called Gamers Outreach Foundation. The Gamers Outreach Foundation is a charity that works with children's schools, or not schools, children's hospitals, in an effort to normalize some of the lives, to help bring normalcy to the lives of children in hospitals. So we take children who have to stay in hospital visits for extended periods of time. The Gamers for Giving Foundation invests into or creates these, what they call go-karts, which are basically entertainment and social systems, social technology solutions, which allow the children to interact with others on the internet, let's say other children for gaming purposes, or to experience video games and just have increased quality of life over what they would normally have during their recovery periods of whatever health condition that they're working through. It's, I believe, active in 90% of children's hospitals across the United States, and they're looking to expand. Do I know their donation percent? I looked it up a few times, and I don't remember off the top of my head. However, if you use the G4G command, you can go to their website directly, and you can find out for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. It's all publicly right there. As, of course, the EMPs coming out, because they can. I am concerned for Spec Fanatiker here. They invested a little much into their eco, and they don't have defenses up at cannon o'clock. If Yes wasn't so busy dealing with the constant end sniping, as I'm sorry, Kata Titans. You what, mate? Kata Titans coming in with the 420-60 nice. Dropping the absolute megaton, a nuclear launch detected. That is the toppest support we have seen so far, dropped today. And that is an amazing amount of support. Thank you once again, Kata Titans, coming in with that kind of support for the kids. That is amazing. That's huge. Like, wow. Thank you, Kata Titans, coming in with that support. That will not go unnoticed. Has not gone unnoticed. And that's the kind of difference we can make. That we can make a difference in the world with this. Thank you. I'm so proud of you guys. Oh, jeez. Well, back into this match. We've got Spec Fanatiker getting set up to really commit their first opening volleys here, as Team Yes is doing the same thing but with with 20 mils and howitzers. Oh, this is what bad looks like. That's a lot of death from all sides. I think Spec Fanatiker just kind of wins this match. And the reason I say that is Spec Fanatiker has more weapons on the field than Team Yes, and Spec Fanatiker has more defenses on the field than Team Yes, and Spec Fanatiker has more eco than Team Yes. So like, ouch, pain for Team Yes at this point. It's gonna take a bit of a comeback chance for Team Yes here, as both howitzers, like, look at that. Spec Fanatiker has enough AA on the field, enough map control to shut down 2 howitzers, like 2 simultaneous howitzers. That's impressive. Oh, jeez. Whoa. So many. Well, double 20 mils to clear off some of these anti-air systems, which is completely insufficient. Completely insufficient, as the anti-air has shut down the howitzers once again. But you can't shut down cannons. Cannons don't care about AA, they go clean through and smash. And there you have it. Team Yes takes a hit, Flint Shadow goes down. Welcome to 5-second machine gun replacement. It's got it devastating, yeah. Architect with his bonus build speed, you can rebuild lost weapons almost instantly. The tech switch opportunities, it's amazing. Like, Architect's great commander, love it. It's good all around. It just deals with issues. You got a problem? Build around it. Problem solved. Works for me. Working for Spec Fanatiker, too. A beautiful cooperative combo. Yes. The Forts Pro League is filled with those teamwork-based solutions. It's quite good. It's quite satisfying, is what it is. It's really very satisfying. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I like the Forts Pro League. Same thing with the Forts Amateur League, too. Oh, no. What is it with people blowing themselves up with howitzers today? Alright, you broke it. Does your second plasma penetrate? Yes. Yes, it does. That's a lot of damage. Architect. Oh no, you killed all my weapons. Anyways. Yeah, pretty much. That's how that works. Another commander active ability out of Spec Fanatiker. I don't know what they're looking to construct with it, because they don't have anything under construction right now. So, maybe it was an accidental button press. Oh, is that it? Oh, is that it? It burns. It burns. Yes, yes it is. Taichu goes down. The crumble. Good lord, that's satisfying. That never gets old. The way the forts crumble never ever gets old. All right. Moments. Music makes me want to dance every time. Does FPL play on any of the stupidly large joint bases? No, at least not this season. I suspect there won't be a season. I suspect that won't be on next season either. Those bases, it's not that it can't be done, it's just not done. Wi-Fi struggling today with the stream for some reason. I believe that's because we're streaming in 60 FPS, which is likely related to the increased internet requirement. But have a good night there, Living Dead Moose. Might be nice for tiebreakers. There are plenty of vanilla maps for such things, for tiebreakers and such. Ta-da. All right. And we're off once more into the fray. Round 2 in this best of 3 as we have Shallow coming in with the support for the kids' Minecraft server. So I was actually thinking about doing that. My analysis of the mod pack I wanted to do, Vault Hunters, is that I don't think it's quite ready yet. There's some features that were not server ready, like some of the enchanting stuff, like some of the quest rewards and such were not implemented, like the archetype of the quest rewards, not just it's this here isn't working or that, like an entire major feature is not implemented. A few other things that were on the work in progress that I wanted to see done before the Minecraft server. However, I was thinking, as a donation goal for reaching the end here, I may set that for the Minecraft server, because I am interested in having a Minecraft server that we as a community can get on and play, and well, Vault Hunter seems like a pretty good set for that. But as it stands, Shallow coming in with the support for the kids, asking about the Minecraft server. Thank you so much for that support for the kids, and let's get a little bit closer to that goal, shall we? Ben Rund Scott with the chance leader for the robotics tournament. Robotics tournament. Now that I want to hear about. I am super into that. You know a bunch of languages, so as long as you can access Google Translate. Why are you like this? Might be nice for tiebreakers. It depends. So I guess it really does depend on what you're looking for in terms of experience for the players. Like a lot of the co-op bases or the traditionally for fun only kind of maps, great for viewers. A lot of fun for the players, but they're really not competitive. There's usually something that makes them incredibly one-sided for one thing or another, or just incredibly restrictive on the amount of strategies you can employ. The reason these vanilla-like maps are chosen is because it's because the weapons and the strategies that can be used are meant to be balanced on them. As in, the game is balanced around having 5 to 6 mines, around having a limited amount of energy production, around having a core that's kind of difficult to defend without causing some structural integrity issues. The moment you start getting these co-op bases, it breaks a lot of these little balance things and leads to... what's a good way to describe it? Incredibly powerful strategies that must be played if you have any hope of winning. So, they're generally not played in any kind of competitive format. But they are quite fun because, extreme strategies are interesting. They're often fun to play, as well as they're enjoyable for the viewer. That's one thing that Forts does very well. Forts does the viewer experience extremely well. So you guys could sit here, you could watch and enjoy it, and it's an incredibly enjoyable experience. It's a spectator sport kind of thing. And that's not something that every game can claim to. But yes, there are I know you've seen tournaments where we do some of those co-op maps or such, but this one isn't one of them. Question for chat: have I heard of First Robotics? No, I don't believe I have. Yeah, doesn't ring a bell. May I ask, what is it? Because robotics is fun. Remember one of my high school classes for programming, we actually got to do programming on robots, which was incredibly enjoyable. Got a nice little Myro robot and wheels, rolled it around, I put lasers on it. It's great. Also put an airsoft gun on it, but it just didn't work very well. First Robotics came out after you got out of high school? Interesting. I'm guessing it's a school-related thing, then? First Robotics is a high school robotics competition where you build a robot from the ground up. This includes designing, programming, and fabricating the robot. Ah, okay. No, I would not have been in high school during that time. But that does sound incredibly interesting to me. This is you essentially took inflatable cubes, traffic cones, placed them on different tiers of platforms, then at the end you balanced on a wide teeter-totter. Okay. Okay, yeah. That's exciting. Like that sounds good. I like that. That makes me happy. Actually good education. Love to hear it. You don't hear a lot of good education stories these days. Lord knows, this match is probably going to serve as an example of why you don't let your opponents freely get 5 upgraded mines without punishing them. Team Yes deciding to wait to the 7-minute mark to open fire despite having Warthog and going for a standard build order, while Spec Fanatiker just casually went up to 5 upgraded mines. They have a total of 9 upgraded mines on the field right now. Like, yeah, like, whoa. Why? Why do you let them do this? Do you want to learn how to lose? Actually, Yes is in still a fairly good, strong position. Like, Spec Fanatiker still has a fire beam, plasma beam, a howitzer, and a cannon. Team Yes has 4 plasma lasers, which is just a little bit dangerous. A little bit very dangerous. As Spec Fanatiker gets a door snipe. Okay. Ah, jeez. There was so much ramming. There was like 2 minutes, 30 seconds total. Oh no. Empowered laser beams are going to cut deep. As those Warthog lasers... Oh, they cut through so many doors. Every year they have some crazy goal for the robots. Stacking boxes, shooting balls into hoops. I actually think I remember watching a video on the shooting balls into hoops thing. Oh, Oh, a beautiful hit. Spec Fanatiker takes some pretty significant damage. Spec Fanatiker also again self-detonating their howitzer. And gets it door sniped. Okay, yeah, this went from Spec Fanatiker having a massive lead to suddenly being on the brink of defeat. That was disastrous. Plasma's very good at the whole door sniping thing. Whew. And they touch the eco. Oh no. Oh, ran out of energy at the worst possible timing. They should just make it battle bots. It's halfway to battle bots already. Good lord. For the robots in your competition, do they have to be fully autonomous, or are they manually controlled, like remote controlled, or half and half? Manual augmented? Do I have a barbecue iguana with how many I have down there? Nope. I have heard iguana is tasty when barbecued, but I've not ever had iguana. It's not on the meal lists. There are multiple events. Some are fully autonomous, some are controlled. Okay. Half and half? Okay. That seems interesting. I would partially be more interested in the autonomous segment of it, but that's just me. In my robotics class, it was all autonomous. Like, we weren't even given a remote controller kind of level of autonomous. Like, it wasn't even an option. Jesus Christ, so many lasers. Spec Fanatiker, I know you have wind turbines. Where are your energy shields? You've got some here defending this. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Yours was all autonomous, too? Yeah, that's the fun stuff. Get someone's robot just spinning in circles. Spin in circles, simulate a spin to win. It's great. It's great. Reptile is okay, you've had plenty. Certainly edible and something you would eat without complaint, but not good enough to seek out. Fair enough. I genuinely wouldn't know. Whoa. The lasers, they cut so deep. You took an embedded systems class that centered around programming the worst robots ever created in the worst ways possible. Oh no. That's well, that's unfortunate. That actually kind of sounds like a little bit of fun, if tedious. Okay. My dude, you can barely run one howitzer. You're adding a second howitzer, which is, you know, good. But now you're adding a third howitzer, which at this point is just undefended. Why are you like this? Talk about expansion. Good lord. The commentary started full of hype, just devolved into angry coach. Nah. You wanna know the best part? This howitzer wouldn't even be able to shoot because its top was covered with turbines. Oh, jeez. You graduated high school before they even had a robotics class. Yeah, so it was. I think it was it was my junior year of high school that I took the. I'm sorry. What? I missed what exactly happened here. But there's lots of laser beams, and also there's some mini guns. Having some fun with it. Oh, that was a nice reflection. You can do it. Okay. You tried. Good lord. And that's the end of that one. I want to see what happened up here. Did this reflect or just snap something? Good god. Oh. That's right, we're already here. I don't have to... I can just go back and look at it. Okay, so this, I think, is where things went horribly wrong. And I need to know why. Laser beam doing laser beam things. I'm sorry. Did the recoil of the laser beam striking the energy shield cause this thing to collapse? No. He built it one extra piece of wood here. Okay. Okay. You did it, Spec Fanatiker. You did it again. Good lord. It doesn't stop. It never ceases to amaze. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to bring these scores of Spec Fanatiker versus Yes to 1-1. So if you guys want to see what the next match looks like, make sure to stick around. And remember, today we're doing a drive to support gaming, the Gaming's Foundation, the Gamers for Giving events. Gah, tongue twister. It's not even a tongue twister. It's not that. I don't know. It's going wrong with me. Tongue doesn't work. It's fine. We're doing it. Well, today we're doing a push for the Gamers for Giving event. So make sure to use that G4G command and follow the links. You guys could read up about it on yourself, and more importantly, to help support the foundation. You see that goal across the top? We're working to get toward a whole go-kart support added from today's stream. Well, this weekend stream. We're doing half the stream today, half the stream tomorrow. So make sure to come back tomorrow at the same time so you guys can help show support for the kids, and we can make the world a better place. You know, I remember it was early on in my junior year because, so for my high school, I didn't really do high school so much as go to universities. Jonathan Israel coming in with the 300. Excuse me, good sir. Jonathan Israel, one of the long-term supporters of the channel, coming in with the absolute megaton, dropping the 300 onto the kids. With that's a serious heap ton of support. My god. Can we get some love in chat for Jonathan? Coming in with the support and getting us that much closer to another go-kart for the kids. Oh, jeez. You want a tongue twister? This... What is it? The slick, sick, chic, sixth sheep sick. Okay. Thank you guys for showing that support for the kids, because you know, we can make the world a better place. Very well done. Very, very good. Jonathan, good man. Jonathan, very good man. It's not just a tongue twister, but also an eye crosser. I am the very model of a modern major general. That's a fun one too. Yeah, I was saying, for my own high school, I didn't really do high school so much as I very early on, relatively early on in my high school, I went I passed the early entrance exam for the local university, so I just went to university instead. So much better, so much better. Totally worth it. Like, why take an AP class when I could just take a university class? It's the same thing! That was my high school, but one of the last classes I took as a high school class was an early attempt at incorporating robotics into high school teaching. Like, when I say early attempt, I mean, like, the teachers were writing the curriculum for us to do after we were enrolled in the class. And it was to the point where they would ask us to do things, and they didn't really have a good grading rubric. So what ended up happening was I just got carried away and just started going crazy, rewriting the things. I'm like, okay, they want me to make the robot do this, but the robot doesn't do this, so I'm gonna just rewrite the entire movement system on the thing and just like go down all the way. Just don't use the given library of movement functions that they told us to work with. I'm gonna just recalibrate the wheels every time. I created a program that recalibrated the wheels every time you would turn the thing on, and I did that with a laser pointer. So I had a laser pointer with a laser reader attached to it. I put it in a box with a bunch of manually drawn grid spaces so I could have it rotate, move around, recalibrate itself. For years, it was like 10 years later, I was still getting messages from students saying, "Hey, you're the guy who wrote this. Can you help me with my homework?" I'm like, good luck. I am happy that a teacher liked the homework, used it as examples and such. A little bit disappointed they were using my work for examples for that long, because probably means it didn't get updated that much. But man, it was a good time. I did enjoy that class. I enjoyed that class a lot. That was my first and only proper robotics class I've taken. From there on, I went straight into software development and didn't really meaningfully touch robotics after that. You just want a robot which will pour, brew, and deliver your morning coffee to your nightstand each morning when you wake up and voice activate it to do so. Doesn't... I have a friend who has, most of his house is, what's the word? Smart is the word. And so he just basically has that. The only thing it doesn't do is physically deliver it to him in his bedroom, but he doesn't want it delivered in his bedroom. He wants it in his kitchen as he walks past. And it's conveniently already there when it makes it, so he just picks it up off the counter. It's done. So that exists. But like that works too. Like that already exists. Like that's not even a new thing. Like that's old stuff. Like people are trying to get away from that because people don't like the smart systems anymore because, oh no, Microsoft's getting their fingers into everything and it's causing problems and there's actual problems. Yeah. Need an Incursus BattleBot. My dad wanted to make a BattleBot. Like, so my youngest brother likes to do a lot of the hardware engineering stuff. Like he recently made a set of digitigrade prosthetics for legs because it was fun. And I'm a big fan of anything software development, especially when it comes to robots. It's just a little fun thing I like to do, which I haven't done in a while actually, so I definitely need a refresher on it. But my dad was like, we already have a garage for it, Because my grandfather was an engineer. He was a civil engineer, and he actually built a number of structures that his name is on plaques around the city I used to live in. And so like he has a full engineering garage set up, and we use that for pretty much anything, because it's an engineering garage. Like, what it does everything you want it to do. And my dad was like, "Hey, you could build a battle bot. It'd be great." I'm like, we could. It's gonna be expensive. That's a project right there. But not when it comes to robots. I tend to prefer more autonomous stuff. Just more satisfying to watch it run around and crash into every wall you told it to avoid. Good lord. Good times, good times. Don't tempt me like that. Shh. Sound like a genius you have in the team. I'll tell you right now, it's not smarts. It's not smarts that gets the engineering done. It's practice. Yeah, sure, some people are just naturally better than it, and others, some people come off as smart, but it's not smarts that does it. It's discipline. It's a lot of discipline. Discipline and practice. Remember, engineering is the disciplined approach to apply the principles of, well, engineering, as we call them. A systematic, disciplined approach to apply the mathematical and principles of engineering to whichever project you're working on. As a software engineer, those geniuses that get the coding done. There's a system to it. There's a method to the madness. Once you learn the method, you still gotta practice it enough to actually learn how to work with it until it's second nature. But it's something that everyone can learn. Like, literally the entire point of engineering is to create a disciplined, refined approach that can be replicated in a way such that anyone can swap out with anyone else. Because otherwise, you have a whole bunch of mess that isn't interoperable across. Yeah, that's actually the right word. Isn't interoperable across any part of the industry, any other part of the industry. Like, that doesn't work. Like, you have to have this disciplined, refined, practiced approach to it that's repeatable over time. So when you say, "Yeah, I'm a software engineer," or "I'm a coder that does this," you're the guy who's practiced doing the same boring principles time and time again until you get it right, until you can do it without having to read how to do it. And then you just do it. And then when somebody else comes and says, oh, this just works. Congratulations, you made it. And it's not intellect that gets you there. You'll still have people doing crazy stuff in random dumb ways. I mean, absolutely. That's never really going to go away, but it's somewhat false. It's 200% luck and 30% coffee. Did I open the wrong one? This looks like... One moment. Give me a minute. Sitting here looking like... One of these is a mistake. Here we go. And we're off. This is the right one. Off to round 3 of Yes vs. Spec Fanatiker. Taichu and Flint Shadow on the left-hand side, looking to defeat their opponents. Naomi and Taichu. Scores are currently even. In this best of 3, it says winner take all. You heard this somewhat recently from a professional engineer. College only teaches you enough of the basics for us to teach you the rest. Oh, that's absolutely true. When it comes to engineering, especially, you don't learn much of it at all at the university. Like, it's really not useful. That is one of the things that we learned to look for when we were trying to do hirings at a job place. Like, university degree means nothing. It's just the best you get out of it is you might hope to learn how to learn or generally get a feel for it. But you don't learn much of anything on the job about engineering at a school. That's just not. They just don't do that. I don't see any reason why they couldn't, but it's just not even. It just isn't even on the list of things we expect you to learn. Like, we fully expect you to come out of university knowing absolutely nothing. And then we have to teach you everything. Like, it is not even close. The only reason people, like, when we're hiring, the only reason we ever require a degree is just so that we have fewer than 50,000 applicants to have to search through. Is even then we have to pin them down. We have to cut them down by some arbitrary metric just so we don't have to weed through all of them. There's a lot of applicants. And then once we get through them, like, okay, which of these are most likely to learn? Because it's rough. In my experience, the only people who came out of university with any reasonable amount of skill are those who were paying their way through university by working in the field already. Or to some degree, those who taught themselves. And absolutely, like 100%, I would hire someone self-taught over who didn't go to university than someone who went to university and had no information entirely. Like, it's all about whether or not you can do the work than anything else at all. Interesting strategy out of Yes here. Flint Shadow and Taichu going for I don't even know what to really consider this. It's they have a nuke. They have a nuke. That's their strategy. They're going for mass shotgun into cannons, and also they have a nuke. Self-taught with software is usually possible. With other engineering disciplines, not so much. Yeah, yes, that much is true. With other engineering professions, from my less than common interactions with them, because I'm not really like a mechanical engineer or a civil engineer, but I've worked with them, and from my interactions with them, they just don't care about university degrees at all. They just teach people themselves. And I haven't heard anything good about, like, oh, congratulations, you're a self-taught welder. That makes anything to it. That means anything to us. Like, that doesn't mean anything to them. They're going to teach you everything anyways. Well, that's a good start. Again, with the early game not defending their eco, getting punished for it. I like the shotguns into the we have a nuke strategy. Because I don't think Spec Fanatic here is at all prepared for this. Because right now this is just shotguns, which is working. They're breaking things. Shotguns, however, are a little expensive, so they're not going to get cannons in the near future. But if they keep up the pressure here, this will kind of lock this person out of being able to use their weapons. And then there's going to be the nuke. Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, we have a nuke. That's the that's how that works. Great job with the nuke defense, by the way, taking almost 0 damage from it. So at this point, the shotguns have passed their usefulness as an offensive tool. It is time for cannon switch. definitely time for cannon switch. Although Flint Shadow does need to keep these alive, that way they can clear out any AA that comes around. Alrighty, have a good one, Ben Rund. Good luck out there. Oof. Danuke. It lands. Didn't you have an energy shield here? What happened? Why did you get penetrated? Nice. Anti-howitzer solution. Speaking of robots, your 3D printer just made a bad noise. Whoa. Wow. Scary. Oh, he's going from, by the way, having nuke into cannons. Okay, well, why didn't you just go cannons? Like, okay. It goes drunk, it slams, but they don't have anything to follow it up with, so that's about it. That's a chunky hit. How did you get touched? You got touched. How did you get... Oh, the flak. The flak or the machine gun touched it. One of the two. Okay. Still 2 shotguns remain. He's rebuilding the 3rd. This is a nice MG placement, by the way, because those shotguns pretty much can't touch it. Not from this angle. Oof. Well, unfortunately, with that specific technology gone, cannot rebuild the shotguns. Not that he really needs to at this point. Really, he needs to get a cannon on the field. Someone on Team 1 needs to upgrade their weapons. The only real damaging weapon they have is the nuke, which is not particularly reliable in this context. Whereas Team 2 here's got a howitzer, a plasma beam, and they're working on a fire beam as well as a standard cannon. Nuke. Hard walls. Love to see it. Part detached from the bed. Ah. I'm actually largely unfamiliar with 3D printers. Doesn't sound... That sounds like you would have to restart whatever part that was happening. Whatever part it was working on. Which does sound annoying. Oof. Nuke doesn't make it across the sky this time. As here comes the howitzer. God, look at this wall of MGs. It's so much machine gun. It's so much machine gun. But again, Team 2, Spec Fanatic are here. Like, they just have actual heavy weapons. There goes another shotgun. Every one of these shotguns which gets destroyed cannot be replaced. Which is really rather unfortunate. Those shotguns are super useful. Oh, a self-nuke. A pre-fired set of flak causes the nuke to go wild and slam into its own launch pad. That's, actually nothing critical, no critical damage was taken there, but that's a hefty repair bill for Taichu's. Taichu drains pretty much their entire bank account just to get it back to repaired and full HP. I am surprised at how it's made it all the way across the field. I am truly surprised. I'm sorry, did you get an AP sniper? Which one of you did this? None? You! You got the AP sniper. Okay. Makes sense to me. Yeah, with this much AA on the field, I'm kind of surprised the howitzer is making it across. Nuke certainly isn't making it across. But with that, we have successful and heavy hits into Team 2 for the first time in a while. As the nuke really hasn't done that much damage at all, but the howitzer manages to make it across the field and actually hit, and hit hard it did. So we end up where Team 2 is... They're fine, but they've drained their metal and resources to maintain that state of being fine. Team 1, less fine. That laser beam getting through the defenses of Team Yes and actually taking out several of the mines. Team Yes, Flint Shadow with the top base is getting hit incredibly hard. This is not the position you want to be in if you're a Flint Shadow. Or Team 1 in general. Also, we have a nuke strategy. Doesn't seem to be working too well for them. However, it does land again and actually gets some hit. It gets a hit, which is nice. It does a little bit more damage, which is good. It does only hit in the temporarily added armor, which is only meant to exist for a small amount of time. I'm sorry, that laser angle was incredibly unexpected. Managed to take out one mine there. Team 1 is bleeding economy here. Like, they are getting worn all the way down. I don't even think Spec Fanatic is doing it on purpose. It's just happening such that they're getting hits into its juicy innards of Team Yes. And it's doing a lot of damage. Doing a lot of lasting damage. Well, shot for shot, Spec Fanatic comes out worse for wear. The last remaining shotgun for Team Yes blasts the fire beam for Team Spec Fanatiker here. Ooh. How is that hanging on by the dangle? Another howitzer shell that just doesn't make it across the field. Is that... No, that's not the AP minigun. Spec Fanatiker is playing Armadillo, so they can get the AP miniguns if they see fit. I would be surprised to see I'm surprised to see a minigun here to begin with. I would be even more surprised if they upgraded it to an AP minigun, but it is an option. It is certainly an option. Beautiful howitzer hit. Actually gets some damage down there. Taking out some turbines as well as a handful of gunners. So far, it's turning back into a slog of teams smashing each other but not really getting anything done. This cannon is being reconstructed. God, the repair radius on this is so big. Just keeping all that smoke away. Is he gonna... Yeah, okay. He's just letting that go. It's like, this is too deformed. Can't use it. Moving on. Solid hit. Plasma follow-up. Nice and deep slice. Nothing game-ending. Howitzer shut down. Nuke. Also shut down. Oh my. This is, where are the standard cannons? You have a standard... Thank you. Do standard cannon things. Everyone's running with these weapons that can just be shot down, and also map control weapons, and no one's getting anything done. Oh? I say that just in time for the nuke to actually make it across for the first time in a while. And not only does it make it across, but it does reasonable damage, taking out 2 cannons. Oh, Lord. Well, that's going to delay things significantly. Oh, no. Alrighty, Zandra. Have a good night. Good luck out there. Or should I say, good morning? As the EMP comes in to cause even more problems. So, Flint Shadow here is having a bad day. He's kind of out of money and also doesn't have weapons, like, at all. Howitzer still getting shot down. Good luck out there, Otter. Catch you later. Death by 1,000 pea shooters. So it would seem, except there's not a whole lot of death going on with the whole pea shooter thing. This could be good. I mean, there's an energy shield there, so it's not gonna go all the way through, but like... if he fires now, it will. Oh no, so close. So very close. Tried so hard, got so far. And the nuke. It did some damage. How did this thing live? It was like a direct hit. Well, it's going to die. It's going to stun everything else in the process. If they could do that same combo again, which they can't do because the EMP doesn't exist anymore. But that can go straight to the core. At least it tried to. It got close enough to touch the core. Flint Shadow's now down to 80% and dropping. That's core is exposed. Vulnerable to direct attack, but it stabilizes at 63% HP remaining. The nuke removed. AP sniper doing AP sniper things. Yeah. I think Flint Shadow is just coming to the conclusion that they're going to be Team Tank. And they are just face tanking the best they can and hoping their teammate can do something about it. because Flint Shadow can't, because they've eaten way too much damage, and that damage output's not slowing down anytime soon. So here we have Team Spec Fanatic free to do basically whatever they want. All they have to look out for is to make sure they keep up with enough anti-air so they can knock that howitzer and that nuke out of the sky, just so they don't, you know, accidentally take critical amounts of damage. But down here in the bottom base, Derbensi has managed to reconstruct their cannon and is starting to use it to reasonable effect. Mostly because it's a cannon, and any effect is a good effect of the cannon because it's a cannon and always deals damage. With Taichu finally getting a cannon of their own, they can consistently actually do damage to their opponents for the first time in this game, which is quite good. I like it. Oh no. Flint Shadow now down below 50% at 49% core HP remaining. There's Flint Shadow may not be long for this world, as the cannon cuts through, takes out a minigunner, which is something. Cannon goes through, takes out a machine gunner, also something. Shotgun, takes it. No more howitzer. At least, no more howitzer shell in the air. Chunking deep. Fire beam. Oh no. Not enough. Not enough to go directly to the core. At this point, Flint Shadow seems to have enough armor around their core to face tank the Spec Fanatiker firepower here. Spec Fanatiker is going to need to increase their firepower if they want to wrap this game up. And increase it they are, with an additional cannon. Well, that was terrifyingly close. I can't help but notice this man's seriously put 2 batteries next to the... Again with this. Oh, so... Why? It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. It's been shotguns the whole game. It doesn't stop. Why are you like this? Oh no. And just like that, Spec Fanatiker loses 2 more cannons set in the back, but they still have a howitzer and a fire beam and a plasma cannon, and it does a lot of work. I mean, look at it. It's cutting deep. They get 1 howitzer shell onto that energy shield array. Whole thing's coming down. Whole base. There's the howitzer. There's the energy shield gone. The whole base. It's got away. They did it. Flint Shadow falls. And with Flint Shadow down, there's no more team tank to pull aggro away from the main damage dealer Taichu. He's got limited time before that massive firepower bears down upon them. And with that firepower redirection, we're going to see some very likely game-ending damage sustained onto Team Yes's base here. The final remaining base is, it just doesn't have the vitality to deal with the kind of firepower we've been seeing at a Spec Fanatiker. Like, yeah, Spec Fanaticers lost a majority of their weapons. It's still a lot of damage. It was enough to take out Flint Shadow. It will be enough to take out Taichu. It's going to take a few volleys for sure, as Taichu has built up a fairly substantially thick wall of metal, even has extraneous metal in places because they can, but nothing that's going to keep them in the game for an indefinite period of time, put it that way. Especially given that laser beam is going directly to the eco, which could have been bad. Could have been bad. Could have been very bad. Once the economy goes, the ability to sustain Taichu will not maintain. We're trying so hard to buzzsaw that down. Not enough. Taichu loses their cannon, leaving only a nuke and a howitzer neither of which are guaranteed to make it across the field. Both of which require some substantial amount of map control in order to deal any damage whatsoever. And well, Taichu doesn't have that. Doesn't have that at all. Map control has gone very heavily into the favor of Spec Fanaticers since the beginning of the game, and for that, we see basically a complete shutdown of Taichu's offensive power here. Now, there is a nuke on the field. There is a nuke launcher. You got a nuke. It's always got the... It always has the opportunity to deal damage. Like, there's just a chance that it dodges every single piece of anti-air. There's always that chance. Because it sometimes happens. And there's almost always a chance the nuke deals devastating damage to the opponent's fort. Almost always that chance. I do see that chance available here. It is possible. It is possible the nuke goes drunk and just slams into the back of Naomi's base here. That is an option. Similar option down here with Derbenzi, though much less, as drunk nukes tend to not actually go backwards. They just go up at a 90-degree angle. Or perfectly straight. That happens too. That's an option. But the nuke did make it. Despite all the anti-air, despite everything, the nuke does actually make it across. And with no more howitzer for Taichu, it's just the nuke. How will they manage to land more hits? Do more damage to actually return? And the answer is, it probably won't. They kind of sort of need that standard cannon, which they could build in the same place the howitzer once was. Would be a wise decision, I would suspect. And they definitely have limited time to do so before, well, this happens. Because once this happens, there's not a whole lot of coming back from it. Because that's what you call getting your defenses penetrated. And that's what you call, that's what you call Spec Fanatiker winning this best 2 of 3, going 2 points up over their opponent's team. Yes, Spec Fanatiker is victorious. Congratulations, getting another point in the Forts Pro League. But ladies and gentlemen, today is a special day because today is Gamers for Giving Day. Today is the day where we participate in the Gamers for Giving activity, where our objective is to help the children. Specifically, we're looking to help support the Gamers Outreach Foundation. The Gamers Outreach Foundation is a foundation which helps bring normalcy to the lives of children who are children in hospitals. They maintain a presence in 90% of children's hospitals across the United States, with over 390 healthcare facilities. How do they do this, you say? Well, they make go-karts. They're portable gaming kiosks built specifically for the medical environment, where each unit comes equipped with a gaming console, monitor, controllers, and games, where a single go-kart unit is estimated to be in use 8 to 16 hours a day, which is kind of a lot. And the objective is to, well, provide a sense of normalcy to the kids who have to otherwise suffer health conditions and recovery processes in the hospital. And that is the fund we're working toward today. We're trying to raise as much as we can to get those go-karts going. Lord knows those kids could use it. All right then. So what do you say? We open up to a main lobby today? Go public lobbies if you guys want to come and join. I am in running a dedicated host mode, so I need to restart my forts real quick. We'll get a few games in here on your favorite battleships maps. One moment, team. Dedicated hosts. Go away. And off we go. Alright guys, if you've been sitting down, make sure to take this opportunity to stretch. Grab yourself a drink, treat your body well. Some of those deep lunges in. Get that, stretch. Yeah, that feels good. More Fort streams? Absolutely. In fact, we've got another Fort stream tomorrow where we're doing more Gamers for Giving, more drive for Gamers for Giving. Because we have both today and tomorrow dedicated to Gamers for Giving. Oh, today we also did the Forts Amateur League, which I guess means today wasn't dedicated to Gamers for Giving, but tonight certainly is. I don't want to sit down. Like, I just don't want to. No, my green screen. I'm too tall. Tall people problems can't fit inside a green screen. That amateur grand final was insane. Oh my gosh. Like, I'm not going to spoil it for those who haven't seen it, but the amateur grand final was it was good. It was very good. All right. Felix was king. Felix overperformed, I'll put it that way. For better and for worse. Alright, so we've got a lobby open. If you guys want to come and join, we can get ourselves going on some battleships. Welcome in. Welcome in. Excellent. This stream lagged when I stretched. Oh no. Snipe is a good unit. Snipe is a very good unit. Comes highly recommended. What happened if you attached one of the infinite pulley ropes to battleship? I don't know what that means. Snipe, you my favorite unit. Very good at doing snipey things. La-di-da. Bum-ba-dum. Bum-bum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum. Oh, you know what's interesting? Darktide did another major update, and it's actually pretty good. It's like, it's close to what I would describe as a 1.0 release. The 1.0 update is... I'm just going to call it... It's not a 1.0 update, but I'm going to call it a 1.0 update. Because it feels like a 1.0 update. Because it's actually good. It's got a bunch of balance changes and all kinds of goodies. It's got all the nice things. It's got all the very nice things. Okay. If I reclaim fast enough, I might be able to I might be able to click faster than my teammate. No, there's no way. This costs twice the amount of metal that the mines do. Unfortunately, my teammate is building so much on mines and not on any on technology that we're going to be very far behind unless the opponents are doing the same thing. So if I do this, I might be able to get a technology down. I can. Alright, sweet. Can I do it again? Yes. Okay, nice. Alright, there we go. Beautiful. So now we have options. What to do? When you get in the shield dome accelerator, can you imagine? I can't actually. I don't know what to do with it. Might have to get back in the dark side. I was just talking to a friend about it. I'm not convinced now is the time to get back into Darktide. It's better than it was, and it's workable. I just don't know if it's... I'm going to describe it as good enough. It's fixed a lot of the crashing issues. My god, we have so much... Why are you like this? Okay. It's fixed most of the crashing issues. Like, it's got significantly fewer performance issues. It's got... Well, most of the things that were an issue before have been fixed. It's still missing what I would describe as key features. Something like stat screen. A lot of the progression has been implemented, which is about time, so now there's actual progression to work on. But that's the kind of stuff you would expect from a 1.0 release. It just wasn't in the game before, you know, now. The reason I hesitate and to say, oh, maybe now is not the time to get into it, is because it's pretty much a 1.0 release, and they've only just now added the things, which means everything is unbalanced and nothing works as desired, as advertised. So I can't really say, oh, now is a good time to get into it, because nothing works as desired. It's just present now, for the first time. Alright, does this... No. Okay, so we're doing this. We're doing this. Alright, we're doing this. Okay, that'll do. There you go. That'll do. No, okay. The whole deformation thing, it's a big problem. It's a real big problem. Because you can't build cannons... You can't build cannons if you deform the thing. You know that, right? You've got to fix it. Make it flat. There you go. There you go. Now you can do it. Much better. Okay. Unfortunately, this is also a massive height here, but we're going to have to live with it. Because we can't stop that from happening here. That's going to make the doors extremely expensive and much slower than they need to be. Okay. We fixed this. We've got this going. We need doors on these, not just solid metal. Alright. Now we're doing the thing where we upgrade the mines, which... Oh, God. For the record, we're at Canada clock right now, and we don't have weapons at all. And instead of getting weapons, we're upgrading the mines! Ah, it's stressful. Stressful is scary. Okay, we'll get a few of these because somebody upgraded that other one. That's fine, we can work with that. Okay, door. We don't have the metal for door. 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 Cross brace. What's going on here? That's not even a connect. It's not connected to anything. Okay. Cross brace. Go down. Okay. Close this off so that it's at least not visible to the eye. Open this up. Okay, I think this is about good to go here. I think. There we go. Okay. Okay. You speak with your partner in co-op? We are playing 4 versus 4. I am not on voice comms, nor do I intend to be on voice comms. So it's going to present an issue where there's not a whole lot of communication going around. And like most RTS games, stopping the type is almost universally a mistake, because you have better things to be doing. The problem that arises is we kind of realistically expect there to be some basic, I'm going to describe as basic features, basic skills that we rely on, like standardized elements. You know, basic engineering principles, if you would. And those aren't being utilized by the team here. So we're running into issues where the team is trying to do one thing, and they're trying to do 4 different things to to serve the same point. Like 4 different ways to do the same thing, all of which are deeply suboptimal. So it's a problem. Let's put it to you that way. Okay, you can't tell a player, realistically, you can't tell a player to, oh, they sold it off and converted it into a deck gun, okay. You can't realistically tell a player to, say, oh no, you have to build it exactly 51, at exactly 51, metal, or else it doesn't work. Like, that's just not something you can do, and then you say, oh, but it's not 51, it's something else this time. Alright, I got the hit. Ripped him off the top here. Love to see it. Alright, let me adjust this. Get ourselves a platform to work off of for tier 3s. Team loves open weapons. I don't doubt it. I believe it. Alright, solid hit. Okay. Alright, so I need to drag this up here. There's a bit of an angle on this guy. Okay. Alright, so we got blue to blue, blue to blue, blue to blue. Great. Good hit on the Magna Beam. Alright. Group firing this is probably a mistake. That's definitely shallow. We'll see where that lands. Definitely shallow. The issue with speaking to your partners in co-op is it's generally most of the things I would need to say to the team has nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with implementation, which is not something that speaking helps with. If I have to spend 5 minutes explaining why something works or doesn't work, it defeats the purpose of telling you, because the game is already over. Okay. Alright, that's another core down. Let's send these further out. There we go. That's a good hit. There we go. Let's rebuild the energy shields. Excellent. The core moving and did at the beginning? You'd rather do it too? I don't believe so. I wasn't paying enough attention to know if the enemy team moved their core. I believe they didn't. But they could have, and I wouldn't have noticed. Alright, took out 2 more of those. You'd love to see it. There we go. We're cutting real deep with these. So that's incredible damage. Let's aim a little further out. Might take out some of my own gunners. Nope. Okay. Good damage. Alright, so these tier 3s are definitely deformed to a point where I can't realistically group fire them without missing, but it doesn't matter because this game is over. Well done. Excellent. Well done. Alright. That was stressful. Very stressful. Need to stop attracting newer players. No. There is plenty of new players. And there's plenty of games for them to play. For the record, this is why I generally don't like playing battleships. I'm all for hosting lobbies with newer players. Like, I do that every time. Like, that's most of what we do around here. Like, I'm all for it. I just generally don't like literally fighting the team to get something basic done. As there's so much complexity that goes into this game that you can't know it all day one, or even like month one. There's so much that goes into it, and when you're playing co-op, especially on a map that big, there's so much to do. There's so much to learn that. There's so many things that can kill you. The amount of times people collapse, even on battleships, is crazy. Like, they will just straight collapse themselves. They spend the whole time just trying to fix the problems, which means I don't get to do a whole lot of playing myself. But you know, it's fine. I can work with it. There's no better way to learn. Well, there is a better way to learn. That's the dedicated practice, but it's good enough. And placing weapons without doors. You got it. You know, you learn pretty quick to put doors on your weapons if your weapons all explode because you didn't put doors on them. It's just draining your soul. Hey. Happens to everyone. Do orbital lasers? I tried to do orbital lasers, but someone on the team sold off the orbital lasers, so couldn't do orbital lasers that time. How about placing doors without weapons? Both of them hurt my soul. You should do the cannons up top. Oh god. Alright, here we go. Once more into this mess. Come on, let me, thank you. Someone got technology first. Love to see it. It's amazing. Gonna build a couple of these. Couple more of these. Don't need batteries right now. Good job, technology. It hurts my soul a little bit, but of all the problems to have, someone mass building mines is not the worst problem. It's just, it's rough, but it's not the worst problem. We can make use of it. Okay, I'm going to attempt to move the core. So one of my concerns about moving the core is if I spend time moving the core, what I'm not doing is spending time fixing everything else, which is something to be concerned about. This man's gonna cause some problems. Because somebody has to do everything else, and if it's not me, I don't reasonably expect someone else to do it. Okay, no, stop it. Okay, good. Good job. Just walk it down. There you go, nice and low. Is the way I like it. And connected. That'll do. Not the smoothest transition, but it'll work. Give it a bit of a spider. And done. Disconnect this. Alright, question. Does this hold cannons? Does not hold cannons. My mans. You gotta build a flat surface to... Okay. Building up serves no purpose if you can't utilize it. Okay. This is going to be a difficult shot here. Yep. So this is one of the major problems with spending so much time working on your eco as opposed to getting weapons or some sort. What you end up with is a situation where the opponents are hitting you at a time when you need to be building your weapons. And we don't like that. And we don't want our weapons to be taking damage under construction. Not a great experience. Okay. We got background bracing here so we don't get slammed. Oh, he's learning. He's learning! On the spot. Love to see it. See? Good job. I'm proud of you. Like, actually, though. Okay. Alright, can we get some ammo? Yes. Oh! He's getting ammo! He's learning! Alrighty, I'm going to do this. Give the team an opportunity to spend said metal that I'm reclaiming here. Alright, we've got all the technologies. Good, good. Whoa. Okay, we'll background this or doesn't. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Let's give him the treatment. 3 of these going. This is fine. This is still under construction. There we go. Upgrade that. Fire it first. Fire it first. Good job. Now upgrade it. Now upgrade it. I can't select it because he's covering it. Okay. Try to fire the same spot. And got the ignition. Beautifully aimed, beautifully timed. Spiderweb this. Great. Plenty of MGs up top. It's fine. Oh! Is he gonna do it? It's so pretty! Yes! Okay. Let's get ourselves set up here, yeah? This will ruin the power of this one smokestack specifically. Not too concerned about it at all. But I do want to do this as we ramp up our production here, our power usage weapon set. Okay. One, two, three. And 1, 2, 3. Blue to blue, 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 blue. Alright, sweet. The tier 3s are available. And now I'll key 4 and group fire. We cut very deep with that. Close the door just in time. Do 1, 2, 3. Those should all be good, solid mid hits. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3. Yep, about what I expected. Massive damage. Critical hit. Good job, team. You did it. Very rare events of actually shooting down the planes. Okay. Twitch is 20 seconds ahead of YouTube, only if you're running the YouTube buffer. Which not everyone is. Alright, so dial you back, dial you forward, and dial you back. Yeah, right there. So 1, 2. I think 3's probably over here too. No, 3 needs to go way forward. Okay. There was an energy shield on the front of that base. This man's... No, don't do it. One. Yo, we're having some energy issues now, yeah. 2, and... Oh, someone's upgrading all the turbines. Oh, that makes sense. Well, there's no real better time to upgrade them, so... It's fine. It does mean we won't be able to fire for a moment, but we can live with that. Okay. Just refire last position. Fire for effect. What did we lose here? Nothing of value. Ooh, good hits. 2 and 3 is a little bit far forward, I think. I said that would further back. How are you looking? You're looking great. Okay. 2 and 3. I'm gonna try to go directly to front with these. Like, this is a great place to hit. And... oh, a beautiful hit. Nice. Just gonna miss on that guy. The nukes are almost ready. I really could use some additional firepower here. Unfortunately, the front section is a bit... unfortunately developed. Where can I add additional firepower without causing problems? Did you send all of those into the water? You did. Okay. I'm sorry. This return to sender just returned one of my T3s. Okay. The chance of that happening is so minuscule that I'm not even going to care about it. Okay, let's do... these howitzers. Let's do... what's another great weapon to include here? Standard cannons. I don't think we're working on any planes, so let's start working on those. I heard a cannon shell whiz by, and I'm concerned about it. Because I can't think of something that would do that, aside from this return to sender. And I'm certain that it wasn't the tier 3 that got sent back. Okay, good hits. Aim lower. Okay. We already killed this core? I think so. Okay, either way, it is time to expand. Let's do that. Good damage. Get ourselves a little set of extra weaponry here. All right. Okay. Very good. These almost off cooldown, not quite. Let's keep firing. They have return to senders here, which are now going to be an issue for the portal T3s. Nukes do nuke things. Okay, I probably, given their lack of things could be shot down by AA, I probably should invest into these instead. I like this idea more. Give us that firepower to work with. Alright, let's aim further out with this. As... what happened? Okay. You tried. No! One of my T3s is coming back. Wow. My mans. Why are you like this? Further out again. Aw, close. T3s, I don't know what they did. But we need to sell this, sell this, sell this, sell this, sell this, sell this, and sell this. Got it. Great. Love to see it. Is aimed well? Yes, yes they are. And good. Good enough. Alright. Mortars do mortar things. Alright, nice. 1, 2, 3. And send this forward. T3's doing T3 things. We have some planes to work with now. Let's keep constructing them. Alright, let me get an actual plane launching facility just kind of up here. Let's do it way back here, shall we? Alright, this is probably too steep. There it is. Plane launching facility. Right here, thank you. Alright, 1, 2, 3. There it is. That's the shot I'm looking for. What's the damage looking like from the tier 3s? Quite the good. Okay. Tried so hard, got so far. Alright, just lock you off here. There you go, like so. We would have survived had I let him do that. Would be in our best interest if I didn't. Okay, so most of the damage we're taking now is not from enemy fire, but from our own. Due to portals. So I'm very much so trying to... We need to deal with it. And let's see if I can smash everything, yeah? Okay. Good damage. Start working on the next one. Having some metal issues. Okay. Do this now. Fucking problem. What happened? We are taking substantial T3 fire, which is understandable because, you know, they have T3s. He's rebuilding this. Alright, somebody just keeps firing the weapons and taking very little heed as to where they're actually aiming. Door sniped. Nice shot. Okay. Alright, let's find out where these are aimed now. After this, that third one's not going to hit. The third one impacted on the way out. Good hit. 2 is far, 3 is far. Alright. 1 is good, 2 is far, 3 is far. Okay, let's get the shields back online. Well, that's a good hit. Less good hit, but it's good enough. Do some work. Okay, 1 was good, 2 was far, 3 was far. Shields, okay. I did not manually react to that in time. That's on me. Little off the top. Are we looking on planes? Vulnerable is how we're looking on planes. That was almost death. They almost killed us just now. I feel like we have not enough metal income. That makes me sad. hopefully that's good enough to land a hit. One, two... Two of them through the return to sender? Well, that's not ideal. Okay. That's no big deal there. Let's go high. Unfortunate. I feel like selling off that, fire beam would go a long way to helping the team. Come on, thank you. Okay. Just move this anywhere. Yeah. Let's keep firing. Solid hit. Good hit. Good hit. Okay, so we'll keep aiming at that location for the time being. Let's get you fixed. Let's get you fixed. Sell this. Just move it here to here. There we go. Fix this. Third one looked a bit messy. Oh, we hit their tier 3s. That's one of them down. Alright, what's going on here? 3. Hey, dude. Door this, please. There we go. Needs to come back a little bit. Okay, and next, cross here. Just big brace this. Big brace this. All right. I should sell that off and don't reconstruct is what I should do. So planes work when you have an overwhelming amount of them. 3 planes is not particularly overwhelming. Especially not if you don't rapid fire them. So I'm going to sell this. And I hope no one figures out how to rebuild it. That explains a lot. The way this thing buckles every time. Okay, how's this looking? Okay, so 1 I'll send further out. The others, not so much. More eco all around. We have 20 mils. It's fine. I didn't send that one further out. What are we looking at here? 2 is good. Yeah, 1 definitely needs to go further out. Bottle of attrition. Yeah. Yeah, it is. At this point, I'm just trying to manage the base. Let other people do the actual shooting. With the exception of the tier 3. Because I think it's working out better this way for everyone involved. Okay. Alright, so can we rebuild the planes? Or is selling that off? It's damaged. I don't need it getting chip damaged again. Alright, so how's this looking? Good, good. Let's adjust these. Tall brace. Get ourselves set with some more energy production here. Ooh, got a hit with the big laser. Took out their tower again. Nice, love to see it. Alright. Okay, now one of these needs to be slanted. I think we'll do this here, like so. This can be our runway spot. Yeah, okay. Might have to sell off that last one to make the runway fit, but... Energy, please. Alright. Well, little friendly fire, and it goes a long way. I didn't. That's an incorrectly aimed tier 3. The others should be fine. They have 4 tier 3s now. The fort has most certainly changed its angling here, so I gotta tilt all 4 others back. Energy production, looking solid. Metal production, also solid. Okay. Alright, the whole friendly fire thing getting a little old. He triple fired those. And it worked out for him. Nice. You know what? He's having a good time firing those tier 3s. I'm gonna let him keep firing those tier 3s. His batteries for tier 3s are looking mighty exposed. Yes. Yes, there's a lot of good here. If we could hit this location specifically, this will chain reactor to remove a lot of their stuff. Don't you dare. I tried. I tried so hard. Nice shooting. Okay. Well, that was exhausting. And that was a very good match. Well done, everyone involved. Alright guys, remember, today is Gamers for Giving Day, where we're doing lots of support for the Gamers Outreach Foundation, where we're looking to raise some money for charity to help the kids, specifically to help quality of life of children in hospitals. And that is what we're here today to do. So make sure to check out it's up there, all the way at the opposite side up there, the G4G command. If you guys want to learn more about the Gamers for Giving events, if you guys want to actually help support yourselves, well, that's what we're here for. You do kind of love watching the existential co-op pain. Oh yeah. It's I understand why you guys enjoy watching the suffering. But I hope you understand that it is suffering. From this point on, you hate high seas? Oh no. High seas is good. I like high seas. Just the whole co-op experience in general. It's a bit middling. Frustrating is the word I'm going to use. Because it takes a lot of energy to have to deal with that, yeah? Yeah? Oh no. Well, hello there. Roasted Fire coming in with the 20. Thank you for that support for the kids. As a survivor of childhood cancer, you like to give little help to others to have the opportunity you did. Thank you for bringing awareness, Incursus. It's my pleasure. That's what we're here for. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Well, unfortunately, I have been casting and screaming at the microphone for the past 12 hours or so. And I still have another stream to do tomorrow, so I'm going to have to wind it down here and save my voice for tomorrow, because we'll be doing another push for Gamers for Giving starting tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I hope you guys have had a great stream, as it has been a great several streams, a great couple streams for me now today, and it's been a good time. Thank you guys for all the support, and you guys make sure to check back tomorrow so you can see just how close we could get that bar to that goal. But for now, have a good night, everyone, and I'll see you guys later. Stay hydrated. I've been hydrated. I've gone through 2 cups of tea and at this point, a half of a liter of juice. Like, it's... And that's just over the course of the past couple hours. Not even the first stream, which had its own entire 2 cups of tea, and it's fine. Definitely using the voice a lot in one session is stressful, but that'll be a tomorrow thing. So have a good one, everyone. Make sure to check back tomorrow, and I'll see you guys later.